whole sub-table for this binder.
We are waiting to begin the meeting until we have a quorum, so we are waiting for another board member to arrive. Thank you. Welcome. Good morning to everyone. I want to thank you for being here today and giving up your Saturday to be in attendance today. We appreciate that. I'd like to refer anybody who needs translator services to Ms. Valbuena, who's joining us virtually on the screen. Ms. Valbuena?
Thank you, President West. Buenos días, habla Paula Valbuena. Si necesita servicios de interpretación al español, por favor llame al 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 254-461-737 más la tecla numeral. Este es un número totalmente gratis. Nuevamente, llame al número de teléfono 1805-324-7680 e ingrese el código de acceso 254-461-737 más la tecla numeral. También puede acceder a estas instrucciones en nuestro sitio web en mcs4kids.com dirigiéndose a la parte inferior de la pantalla en Quick Links y haciendo clic en Board Agendas para ir a la agenda de hoy. Gracias. Thank you, President West.
Thank you, Ms. Valbuena. Welcome to the Modesto City School Special Board Meeting of August 7th, 2021. This meeting is now called to order. This open session meeting of the Board of Trustees is being live streamed at the direction of the board. The live stream is available on the district website, and the recordings will be available for viewing the first business day after the board meeting. Modesto City School Board meetings have been adjusted for the public to follow state guidelines on social distancing until further notice. Do I hear a motion today to approve the order of the discussion action items?
So moved. Oh, second.
Trustee Mejia moves and Trustee Marks seconds. All those in favor, raise your hand by saying and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion carries unanimously. Regarding public comment today, Modesto City Schools has provided an opportunity for the public to provide a comment. It's outlined on our agenda. The public has been given the opportunity to call in and leave a voicemail, send a comment via email address, or appear in person before the board. Any public comments that were submitted via email or voicemail before the meeting will not be read aloud, but they have been transcribed and printed with copies provided to each board member and members of the public. The voice and email public comments will be attached to future board meeting for approval. This practice will continue until further notice. For members of the public that are interested in commenting in the future, we welcome your comments. The maximum time for any one speaker is 3 minutes for a total of 30 minutes. I believe before we begin, Dr. Noguchi has a statement to make. Dr. Noguchi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. And good morning, everyone. Thank you once again for, doing the work that you needed to do with your staff before today, and then also giving up a Saturday. I think this is a good structure. We're going to be able to get through 43 different board policies, which really help us focus the work when we're at a board meeting on our regular Monday board meetings. What you notice in front of you to the board, you have a packet of papers that are in front of you. One, we have a revised and updated just list of the policies that we're going to be going through. We're going to be going through the policies just the way that the binder shows. So we're not going to be flipping around. We did that the first Saturday and learned we couldn't do that. And so we are going to just go one right after the other in helping us move through. I anticipate a pretty long day. As you see in front of you with the pack of papers, there's been some modifications and additions over the last 2 weeks because the work didn't stop when we gave you this binder. So as we moved forward, for instance, independent study, there was information that was provided to us by CSBA and by the state legislature that came after the time that you have the binder in front of you. So we don't expect that you obviously have read it. So along the way, we will stop and give a few minutes for you to be able to read it and go through it. So don't feel any anxiety at all that you haven't read it because we know you haven't. In some cases, we emailed them before in a board communication, but I recognize we all have really fast-paced lives and we may need to take some time along the way. So to frame today, there's really, in this binder, there's a couple things. One, you have your board policies, which is the what? Which is really the board's direction for us, for me as the superintendent and ultimately staff, for the way in which you want policies to be able to unfold. The ARs are how we implement. So your purview is really the board policy, and that's where you give us direction and you actually vote for the first reading on that. The ARs, we will have staff go back and align the ARs to the direction that you give in the board policy. If we do that, then we can cut back part of this work today. Instead of 43 board policies, we're not doing 86 board policies, administrative regs. However, I do recognize there are some administrative regulations that you would like to, that you're going to want to be able to provide some input and feedback on. Again, those aren't ones we necessarily vote on. It's the board policies we vote on, but we welcome the feedback and the input. But I put that out to you so you know staff will work to align those ARs given the direction from the board. So with that, I'm open for any questions or comments just around the process. I know Trustee Irvin is planning to be here. He's running just a little bit late, but he is planning to be here. But other than that, any questions or comments relative to the process today? All right, I will turn it back over to President West.
Thank you. We are going to move on now to item B1. And this is the approval of the first reading of Board Policy 3555, Nutrition Program Compliance. And this will be Mr. Atwell.
I will take this on behalf of Senior Director Chris Atwell. Good morning, President West, trustees. We are bringing forward to you Board Policy 3555, which includes information for our nutrition services responsibilities, outlining compliance, notification, and complaint procedures to district families regarding nutrition program services to our students. Board Policy 3555 was last approved in 2019 and is now being updated to reflect new language requirements. Just a brief summary of changes is in the change of title of Civil Rights Coordinator to Compliance Coordinator. The non-discrimination statement requirements on nutrition services publications has been updated to match the United States Department of Agricultural current language instead of specific language that we had outlined prior in 2019. We're already doing this, and it is noted on our website, mcsnutrition.org, which has been updated. More detailed complaints of discrimination procedures have been outlined for specificity and clarity, and we are already following these procedures as well. And then adding Exhibit E 3555, which has the exact non-discrimination statement for nutrition programs, and this is a standard USDA statement as well. It is recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 3555 and accompanying Exhibit 3555.
Thank you, Mr. Zerli. Ms. Chambers, do we have anything that has been emailed in or voice messages from the public on this item?
No, we received no emails or voicemails at all from today, and we do not have anyone in the public to receive.
Thank you. I'm going to repeat that because you don't have a microphone. There have been no comments from the public emailed or via voicemail, and at this time we have no members of the public here. What I'd like to do, Ms. Chambers, just in the interest of saving time today, when members of the public do arrive who might have comments for any of the agenda items, would you please inform us so that we can be sure to listen to those comments? Otherwise, we will just be not calling for public comments after every single item, but if, when someone does show up, please do inform us of that.
Yes, thank you, I will.
Thank you, Ms. Chambers. I'm looking now for any comments or questions from the board on this item. Trustee Marks?
Yes, I had a question on E, BP 355E. At the bottom it has option 1, option 2. I was wondering if we were supposed to choose one of those options. One has the 60 days and then one has the 30 days. But because they put 2 options in there, it usually means you choose, I believe that the board or the district decides which one is best fit for the, for this item. So they both have written reports, but one has to be done within 30 days and one has to be done within, looks like within 60 days. And then the second option has an option for the complainant, that if they're dissatisfied with the compliance coordinator's decision, the complainant may, within 5 business days, file the complaint in writing with the board. So the first one does not give that option.
Yes, I don't see in Chris's notes, and Chris reviewed this with his team,
Okay.
a determination of which option, but we can select an option if the board so chooses.
Okay.
If you prefer the complaint in writing to come to the board, then option 2 would be the direction to go.
Yeah, so I will move that we do option 2. And just to make it so that we have a choice, I mean, that's one's chosen. If we find out otherwise, then they can let us know on that. So I move approval with option 2 as being the one that we choose for this board policy.
Trustee Brown?
I'm just wondering if there are certain conditions that would necessitate one or the other, and I think it's best to leave both of them in there.
You think it's best to what?
To what?
I think it's best to leave both in there because there may be circumstances that would lead to one or the other.
I'm going to suggest that we pull it and put this
Okay.
back on a board meeting and have Mr. Atwell come and give us a recommendation on one or the other. And so that way there's more thought put into the ramifications of option 1 or option 2. I apologize for that because I do think the way that this is written from CSBA, they've given us options and then you choose between those options. So we'll let Mr. Atwell know that should we have one or should we have both? And we'll have him come back at the board meeting in September. Will that work? Okay,
Yeah,
so
that's
this one's
fine.
pulled.
I agree.
Okay, yeah.
All right, so we have agreed to pull item B1, BP 3555, and have Mr. Atwell address that at a future board meeting. Moving on to item B2, which is the discussion of the proposed draft of Exhibit E. Did you just address that, Mr. Zierli? E? 355, Exhibit E?
That was part of this board policy.
That was part of it, B2? Okay, thank you. So that one also will be pulled. Item B3, approval of the first reading of the proposed revision of Board Policy 5113.2, work permits. And I believe this is Ms. Barkus? Yes. Thank you.
There we go. Good morning, Board and Cabinet. This morning, I am sharing with you the revision of Board Policy 5113.2 regarding work permits. The last revision was February of 1992. Revisions have been made due to statutory and regulatory updates from December of 2020, and therefore this BP is being submitted for a first reading. Significant changes include school closure language as exemption for attendance and grade requirements to issue a work permit, and the ability to approve full-time work permit and case-by-case situations. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking,
I'll just make one brief comment.
yes.
Thank you. This is really helpful. It lays it out really clearly for parents and for all students who want to get a work permit.
Good.
It's helpful because I don't think we had it that clear before. So thank you. This was
Of
good.
course.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? I'm looking for approval for item
I move for approval.
BP 5113.2. Move for approval by trustee Brown and seconded by trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hands and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, this passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, it was the AR.
Next up, we have the item B4, which is the revision of the administrative regulation AR 5113.2 work permits. Is that a separate item?
The only thing that you need to bring up is just the board policies. The ARs are there for reference as the board members have read the board policy, but the only thing that you'll need to call up is just the board policy. So if you have a board policy, a AR, and an exhibit, you just have to call up the board
The
policy.
board policies. Okay, thank you.
So that was where my comment should have been, was the AR is very clear and very helpful and laid out. Because I was like, wait, the board policy doesn't say much, but the AR does.
Yes. Good.
Okay, we're moving on now to B5, which is the approval of the revision of the board policy 6158, independent study programs. And this is still you, Ms. Barkus.
Yes, okay. So it was found that this board policy needs to be revised or adopted, which is the BP 6158 regarding independent study programs. Revisions have been made due to statutory or regulatory updates dated July 2021. So this is a fairly new revision. The last revision was May of 2005. This BP is being submitted for a first reading and approval as program funding based on ADA is dependent upon the board's approval prior to the first day of school. Therefore, the board is requested to approve BP 6158 independent study programs without a second reading. There are significant changes in this board policy recently with the passing of AB 130. There are new outlines and provisions regarding independent study. I'll share some of those significant changes and then be open for questions. These changes include a requirement for synchronous instruction for grades TK through 3, a daily check-in for grades 4 through 8. It requires a re-engagement plan for our students that are not successful, a timeline for entering back into the school day or into their school of residence, daily attendance, counseling on the programming of independent study, a notice to families as an option, and specific language regarding record keeping, including student work and attendance. I'm open for any questions you may have.
Thank you.
I do want to make one comment here. So this is a significant change in independent study as it relates to the trailer bill that came out in June. It is my understanding that the changes were sent actually in a board communication on Monday, and you should have those changes also in front of you. So I think at this time, we should take a few minutes to allow you to take a look at the changes. I know Trustee Mejia, I just gave you my copy. I don't know if it wasn't included or not, so perfect, so you have that. So I'm just going to allow for a couple minutes just to acquaint yourself with, really, we're aligning our independent studies to the law. It's significant changes. We don't agree with the changes, but it's the law and we will abide by the changes. So let's just take a couple minutes to take a look.
Thank you. Take a few minutes and then we will go to question and comments, beginning with Trustee Marks. Thank you.
So please direct us to the document that has the changes. What are we looking at? I want to make sure that I'm using my reading time efficiently.
Exactly. So I'm going to ask Ms. Barkus, do they have copies of those changes in front of them, or was this just one that was sent in a board communication?
My understanding is that you should have them, but I think Brad went to go get additional copies.
The chat, I think, is right next to the nutrition sheet there. If not, then they're gonna make you a copy.
I've read what we had in the board communication. So
Okay.
if I've seen that, then I've seen it all.
Okay.
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 It was under this pink sheet.
Mm-hmm,
It was under this one.
mm-hmm.
It was under it on your table.
Got it. This one?
Yes.
Okay.
You got it.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and start with trustee Marks. I know some of us read this from the board communication, so we are a little bit aware of this. And so I'm going to start with trustee Marks, and the rest of you can still browse through this if you need some time. Trustee Marks?
Okay, now I have to find it. I had it. It's this, it's the part where it's lined out. It says course of study. Oh, here it is, course-based independent study. And I know we took that whole section out. Is that because we don't have a way to do course-based study? Or, I just wanted to understand why we're not doing that. Because it aligns with the A to G and the University of California and, anyway.
Sure. And so there's two different types of independent study within long-term. There's course-based and then there's traditional. Traditional teaches the knowledge and skills of core curriculum and standards, so it aligns with the core curriculum that we offer at the comp sites, including our A to G approval. All of those components are still relevant to our traditional courses. Then there's the course-based, which is individualized study in a particular area of interest or subject that is not available in our regular curriculum. So it requires additional approval through the board. We do not currently engage in course-based independent study, just our traditional-based.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any other questions or comments? Trustee Brown?
Just a comment. I through reading this, I can understand why we don't agree with it. It is a heavy load, heavy ask, and I just want to compliment the district on taking a hold of this quickly and making sure that what we're doing is aligning with what's required. So thank you for doing that. I know that it's going to address some specific needs of specific students, and that there's a reason that we got this, but it feels like an unfair burden to place on every single district to implement this so quickly and so intensely. So my compliments and gratitude to everyone who's just gone over and above what would normally be necessary at the start of a school year to make something like this happen.
Thank you.
Trustee Mejia?
Yeah, I also have a comment. Would this not be able to come back to it in a future time? Is this going to stay permanent? Is there going to be opportunities for it to be adjusted? It just seems like this
So-
is because of COVID. I don't know if that's going to. It's just a comment if you foresee that.
Yes, I foresee that this will be modified as our conditions modify. Really with the legislature here, I believe their intent was to support all parents in their view and their support of their children. It's difficult with a district this size to pivot this quickly. We have 1,200 kids in independent study as of today. We'll see where we're at. We're at the end of this next week. But the answer is yes. We will come back as the laws change. We bring them back and we address those needs.
Thank you.
Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for approval of the Independent Study Program, the BP 6158. Approval by Trustee Marks, seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Barkas.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to BPAR and E 4119.42, which is Exposure Control Plan for Bloodborne Pathogens. And this is Mr. Castro.
Good morning, Board President West, trustees, Superintendent Dr. Noguchi, and Executive Board. This morning I'm introducing Board Policy 4119.42. It's a new proposed board policy which includes information regarding Modesto City Schools' exposure control plan for bloodborne pathogens. The proposed board policy is consistent with our district injury illness prevention program and pursuant to Labor Code 6401.7 and Code of California, known as CCR Regulation 3203. It is recommended the board approve the first reading of Board Policy 4119.42, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board on this item? Trustee Marks?
It's good to see you, Mr. Castro. It's been a while, but I saw you at an event just recently, but it's good to see you because I used to see you at every board meeting. So it's awesome.
It's nice to see you as well, Ms. Marks.
Yep, thank you. And I just appreciated the definitions. I had questions on it, and then I went on and I went, oh, wait, I see these are definitions of a sharp and a sharp injury. So I was like, this doesn't look like it was spelled, the sentence was correct, but it was good. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Brown?
Just curious if this implements new methods or changes compared to what we're already doing but not really addressed in policy.
No, this is consistent with our injury illness prevention program, which has been around for quite some time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no further questions or comments, I'm looking for approval. I move to approve this item. Trustee Brown, seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? See none, this passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on now to BP and AR 5148.3, which is our preschool and early childhood.
Good morning, Board and Cabinet. Board Policy 5148.3 and corresponding AR include information regarding our district's early childhood education programs and how our programs and services are provided for preschool-age students. This board policy was last approved on February 11th, 2020, and has been updated to reflect new state regulations in Title V, which establish modifications to the uniform complaint procedures for investigating and resolving complaints alleging violation of health and safety requirements for license-exempt programs operating under CCP. It's recommended that the board approve this first reading of BP 5148.3, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on this item or comments from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for approval on this item for BP AR 5148.3, preschool and early childhood. This is Trustee Maestas, moved and seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to AR and Exhibit 1312.4, which is Williams UCP. Mr. Rich.
Good morning, Board and Cabinet. Board Policy 1312.4 and Connect Exhibit include information regarding the responsibility with Williams Uniform Complaint Procedures. The AR was last approved in January 2020, and the exhibit was last approved in November of 2019. The update before you represents minimal language cleanup in the AR, and the exhibit remains unchanged. I'm available for any questions.
Trustee Brown.
In all my time serving on boards, I've never seen a Williams complaint. Have we ever had any?
Not in my tenure in this current position.
We did early on. We had a few. I have to say in the whole time after its existence, maybe 3.
Okay.
So.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. As I read through this, I was wondering how our possible teacher shortages may affect this.
We get asked on a regular basis quarterly if we've had any Williams complaints related to credentialing in the area of HR, and we've reported none, similar to Mike in my memory. We have vacant assignments, but have yet to not been able to fill those with credentialed substitutes while we transition and find other more permanent candidates. So we stay attuned to that and continue recruiting, but we haven't had that arise yet.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for approval of AR and Exhibit 1312.4, Williams UCP, moved by... Oh, no approval because it's an AR. I'm sorry. Okay, thank you for this information. Okay. We'll move on now to BPAR and Exhibit 6142.7, Physical Education and Activity.
So Board Policy 6142.7 and the connected AR and exhibit include information regarding the course of studies specifically for our physical education classes and activities. This BP was last approved in November of 2020. The update before you represents minimal language cleanup in the BP, as well as updated language related to Ed Code regarding non-discrimination. The exhibit is a significant update from the previous version. These changes reflect findings from the recent FPM visit regarding more detailed information from medical professionals when a student is seeking medical exemption from physical activity. So I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from board members on this item? Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee Marks?
That's no worries. So I have a question on the first page of the BP 6142.7 on the red paragraph. When it and it goes through and it says the district shall provide instruction in physical education that provides equal access and equal opportunities for participation for all students in grades 1 through 12, regardless of gender, gender expression, sexual orientation, and mental or physical disability. So, and I think I asked this back, even though this wasn't in it last time because this is red. The question I have is for students on gender expression, I just wanted to understand if male students who identify as female students can play sport activities against female students. Is that what that means?
This one is specifically for physical education and not for athletics, so that would be in a different board policy regarding athletics.
But if you're playing athletics in PE, so if I'm playing soccer or in PE class where you play mock games, is this?
Yeah, PE has both male and female students, and they all are on the soccer field at the same time. We don't separate them by male or female classes for PE.
Oh, okay. So I just was not seeing that. So, all right, then that makes sense. Okay, then thank you for clarifying that. Then the other one I have is a question on the AR. I was, and it's probably just the way it's written. So on the AR, on the bottom of the first page, it says for students in grades 1 through 6, 200 minutes each 10 school days exclusive of recess and the lunch period. Then you turn the page and it says for students in grades 7 through 8. Oh, because these two, not the one before, but the 2 and 3 looked the same to me. Only one had the 200 minutes and one had 400 minutes. So students, which
I
one?
apologize.
No worries.
That was added because we now have 7th and 8th graders in an elementary setting at Tuolumne Elementary School.
Okay.
And so we had to add the recommended language for minutes for those in elementary school rather than the 7th and 8th graders in a junior high setting.
Okay, so for students in grades 7 through 8 attending an elementary school, so they're not attending an elementary school because they're in junior high. So it just means that for students in grades 1 through 6, they're supposed to have 200 minutes. Is that correct, maybe?
So the new addition of 7th and 8th grade at Tuolumne Elementary School
Oh, I hear it. Okay, yes.
is what that is referring to.
I get it. Okay, I see.
Prior to this, we didn't have any 7th and 8th graders elementary, so we had to add that clause in.
Okay, I get it. Thank you so much. I just didn't hear, and I forgot that Tuolumne was going to have 7th and 8th grade. Totally oblivious. Thank you.
Trustee Maestas?
Can you elaborate a little bit more on why those 7th and 8th graders are 200 minutes and the junior high kids are 400 minutes?
That's
what reason is that? Like,
that's what Ed Code says.
So if they're in an elementary setting, it's 200.
Yeah, any elementary setting is 200 minutes, and then 712 is 400 minutes.
Okay.
Trustee Brown?
It seems to me that that's because they have a designated PE period at the junior high school level.
Correct. The departmentalization of the PE curriculum would be the main thing on that.
Any other questions on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BR, AR, and Exhibit 6142.7, Physical Education and Activity. Moved by Trustee Mejia, seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to BP, AR, and E 6146.2, Certificate of Proficiency, High School Equivalency. Mr. Rich.
So this board policy, AR and Exhibit 46.2, address certificates of proficiency in high school equivalency. This is a new policy for Modesto City Schools. We did not have one in place prior. This language represented is the recommended language, and I'm available for questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from board members on this? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve 6146.2, Certificate of Proficiency, moved by Trustee Irvin, seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Rich. And moving on to BPAR and Exhibit 61.1, Selection Evaluation of Instructional Materials.
So Board Policy 6161.1 and the connected AR and Exhibit include information regarding the selection and evaluation of instructional materials. These were last approved in September of 2019. The update before you represents minimal language cleanup in the BP, as well as updated language related to Ed Code for non-discrimination and a section referencing the complaint procedure. The AR edits include language specific to parent involvement, and then cleanup reflected in the BP and regulations regarding technology-based materials. And the exhibit, again, includes cleanup language, and in the case for a need for listing insufficiencies, the directions have been somewhat streamlined.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from board members? Trustee Marks?
So I had a question on the first page on just between, so it's, it starts with the black, says the board shall adopt instructional materials based on a determination that such materials, I thought maybe the word show should be between there. Such materials show evidence of proven effectiveness of the proposed curriculum in raising student achievement. So it just seemed like it needed a word in there. So it said that such materials evidence of proven effectiveness. It just seemed like a word was missing. Because when we add in stuff, I know that happens sometimes. Is that okay? Can we just put the word show?
Yeah, if that's what you're directing me to do, we can put that
Yes,
in
in between materials and evidence. So that was all. And then I had a question on the AR. I wanted to see if we could add back this one statement. It's 6161.1. And it's on the number 1, it's on A, the first page of it, where it's A, I mean, the second page. So it says number 1, after in recommending textbooks, it says are aligned to the, and then it's been lined out, or exceed any applicable academic content. So I just wanted to see if we could add that back in. I remember that was when we did this last time, we wanted it to meet or exceed standards. So I'm asking if that's all right with the superintendent and the staff to do that with the AR.
Yeah, I don't see any harm in adding that back in. So are aligned to or exceeds any applicable academic content standards. There's no harm in that.
Okay. All right. Oh, and then I missed one more note, sorry. I just had some questions on this because it had to do with instructional material. So, and this is page, it's board policy 6161.1A. So, and it's after the review process where it says, and it's in red, and I just want to read it one more time out loud. In selecting or adopting instructional materials, the board shall consider the recommendation of the superintendent or designee and or an advisory committee established to review the materials. And then I wanted to add back in there for approval by the board, because to me, consider didn't mean approved. So help me understand if I'm reading that correctly, because it just says that we shall consider the material that is being presented. It doesn't say that we shall approve it.
Which paragraph are we looking at, please?
It's on page A, it's this paragraph right after review process.
Got it.
It's 6161.1A, says selection and evaluation of instructional materials, and then right below it, it says in bold, it's review process, and then it's got the red writing on that one. So
I
maybe-
think, Trustee Marks, it is a little confusing. It's not, you don't want to necessarily put in there that you're going to approve everything the superintendent recommends. So the
Right.
superintendent's going to recommend, and you're going to consider our recommendation, but ultimately you're going to vote on the curriculum. So if you put that the board shall agree to that, then you take the power away from you as far as the selection of materials. So you're just considering our recommendation, or the superintendent's recommendation. That's how I read this, but ultimately, you're going to take that recommendation, say, yeah, I agree with that, or,
Okay.
no, and I need this add, modified, or adjusted. That's how I read
it
it.
as. I read
that's
it that
good.
way as
Okay.
well.
All right, because I was looking for it in here in the previous writing of it, and I just didn't see it. So I was like, okay, is it supposed to be in there? So thank you for that clarification. All right.
Trustee Maestas?
In this language, where it says, where was I? I was on that page. It's kind of going back to what Trustee Marks was saying about at standard, at or exceeds.
Right.
So my question is that if the text are to be standards aligned, right? Is that what it says? To the extent that they're aligned to or exceed state academic content standards. If we approve something does that also mean grade level? So if we approve something, that was below grade level, what happens?
So direct me to the paragraph that you're referring to, and then I can analyze that. What
Well,
page? So right at the
it's-
very top, your 6161 point what?
B.
Right at the very top.
B, for grades 9 through
No,
12?
no, no, what page are you on?
6161.1B.
Dot
So is
1B.
it board policy or AR?
That's AR, sorry.
So is it B and AR?
I
Is
got
that
you,
correct?
I got to go back to the board policy.
Okay.
Just the language throughout says the textbooks are going to be standards aligned at grade level, right? It doesn't say at grade level, that's my question. Doesn't necessarily have to be at grade level?
No, there are times that we have instructional materials that are working with our intervention groups where we have students that are 1, 2, or 3 grade levels below, and yes, we do have instructional materials for those students as well that you all approve.
Okay.
I think the key is that we don't say, Trustee Maestas, that we don't say this is a grade level course and then offer below grade level materials. We label it as such, that this is not a grade level course, this is a remediation course, and then the standards are aligned to a remediation course. So we have to be clear in, this is what the course is, and here's the standards that match it. We don't mix the two saying, oh, this is grade level, but yet provide them something different.
Okay, that makes sense, thank you.
Do we have further questions or comments from the board? I had just a quick question, and it might sound strange, but on BP 6161.1C, the first paragraph talks about the selection of the instructional materials, and it says the board encourages participation by parents, guardians, teachers, interested community members, bargaining unit leaders, getting input on selecting some of the instruction materials. Do we ever get feedback from students? And would that be I don't know if that's appropriate, but, students are in these classes a lot of times, and especially I know in our high school classes, our AP classes, we have a lot of student input that might be kind of valuable on.
So the student input would be during the pilot process. So when we put them in the kids' hands and they try that, the teachers, we regularly have surveys or whatever at the end of that pilot process. What did you like about this? What would you change? What would you find beneficial? So it comes from that aspect.
Okay, thank you. I just know I've heard a lot of valuable things from the students on that. So do we have any further questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for approval. Now, we have added some language. Trustee Marks has added a sentence to the AR, wanting to add back one of the sentences that were crossed off and adding a word on BP, and the word was show in the first paragraph. So with those two changes, I'm looking for approval of the AR and BP 6161.1, selection and evaluation of instructional materials.
I move
And
approval.
This is moved by Trustee Marks and seconded by Trustee Maestas. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, this passes unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Rich. All right, moving on to BPAR 5126, Awards for Achievement. Ms. Hinkle.
Good morning. Before I start on this first policy, I'd just like to remind everybody that when you came in this morning, you received a revised copy of Board Policy 5126. And the change that you received this morning just includes some strike-through language on the third page regarding a scholarship and loan fund, which is something that we do not implement in Modesto City Schools.
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to draw your attention to that, maybe on your desk if it's not in your binder.
It was in the packet.
Just want to make sure everybody has it before I proceed.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
So where are we seeing that? I'm lost.
Okay, on the revised copy, on the third page of the board policy, on the revision.
So look underneath your pink, right there,
There we go.
5126.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, so good morning, Board, Superintendent, Cabinet. Board policy and the associated administrative regulation 5126 includes information about awards and achievement, awards for achievement and attendance. The board policy was last updated in 2017, and the administrative regulation is new. The update to the board policy includes language around awards for items such as Golden State Seal Merit Diploma, State Seal of Biliteracy, and the newly implemented State Seal of Civic Engagement. It is recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 5126, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Trustee Irvin?
I just wanted to ask, why did it decide to line out unique in this this policy? Because unique is not necessarily exemplary, but it is still distinguishable. So I just wanted to know.
I think that we have a number of awards or a number of recognitions for students, some of which may be unique and some may not. But really, it's just highlighting those outstanding achievements of students, some of which may be unique, but not all.
Right.
I don't know if that makes sense, but.
But may not be exemplary.
Well, I think we're highlighting exemplary achievements for kids, things like perfect attendance, State Seal of Biliteracy, all those things that require additional effort on the student's part, and wanted to provide that extra recognition.
Yeah, I'm just thinking in the terms of basically like students with disabilities, things that they may do may be unique to a particular.
Yeah, this doesn't
situation.
prohibit a school site for honoring or recognizing those, any type of award. This is not specific to those three that I mentioned, but just really outlines the process that we do honor and recognize our students and their efforts, and the various ways in which we might honor and recognize them, whether it be a medal or a seal on their diploma or perhaps some other type of award. It doesn't prevent us from recognizing other groups of kids for their outstanding work.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Maestas?
So I kind of want to front load this with, I just want to start a conversation about this for the future. The idea of perfect attendance is inherently inequitable for a lot of kids. I'll give you just a quick example of a student who has to take care of their young brother or sister because they were sick, and there's no childcare. So they have to stay home, and now they no longer have perfect attendance and can't get that awarded. It awards those with resources. Furthermore, with COVID, there possibly have kids that may come to school because they're trying to get perfect attendance even though they might be sick. So those are just that's just an example on the sickness, but I kind of want to start the conversation at some point about the idea of perfect attendance. That award is just that award awards students with resource rather than students that don't have those resources at home, and so that's just my thought on that.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve AR MBP 5126 Awards for Achievement.
I move approval.
Move approval, Trustee Marks. It's both the BP and the AR.
Can I ask something real quick? If I choose to vote no because of the awards for attendance, can I just put that on the record why?
Yes, of
Okay.
course. Sure. Okay, so we're going to do the vote again. So we're,
Before he votes, I just want to make a comment. So I appreciate your concern, and after being in the district for these few years, I do recall, because I worked with refugees from another country, and they lived near a school, and because they valued education so much, their parents really pushed them to go to school, and because of that, it really helped them do well in our schools to get over language barriers and cultural barriers. And it was impressive to me to see them come to this country and never miss a day of school until they graduated from high school. So they didn't have resources. They walked to school. When we moved a GATE program out of their neighborhood, it really prevented them from being able to participate in a GATE program because the parents didn't want them going to a school that they couldn't walk to close by their neighborhood. So I want to say I understand, but for them, because they may not get a lot of other opportunities for awards, this was a really big deal to their culture and to their families. So I see that, but I just wanted to present that to you, that they didn't have resources, but they made every effort to get to school as often as possible. I actually had one of the students stay in my home, and it was really amazing to me how well she did in school despite some of the things she had to overcome. So, but I appreciate that. I don't think I ever saw attendance in the same way again after I worked with those children from that community. So I just wanted to say that.
I wanted to add in too, I think you bring up a really valid concern. It's something I hadn't really thought about before. Thinking back to the students that I've worked with, I do know, especially with the younger kids, there's so much that's out of their control. And they do as they're asked by their parents. And so I think it's a conversation that would be important in the future for us to have. And so I appreciate you bringing that up. Thank you. Trustee Irvin?
Yes, I would like to comment on that as well. And that's where I was going kind of with unique situations, because you can have outstanding or exemplary students an achievement, but like Trustee Maestra said, there may be some mitigating factors that they can't get the perfect attendance, but they would have, you as a teacher know they would have been at school if they could be there. They would be there at school, barring them being sick or whatnot. And so, to me, that would be a unique situation, and then they would qualify for the exemplary achievements because, situation is unique in itself. A student that would have been there, bar none, being sick, falls short because of mitigating, circumstances in the environment, the home environment or community environment that prevents them from attending. Just like that.
So Trustee Irvin, I know Trustee Marks wanted to add a word or change a little bit of wording. I feel it's important to you to add back unique. Is that something that you're requesting that we do?
You know what? Absolutely.
Okay. Just wanted to give you permission to give that voice. Trustee Brown.
So I think it's interesting, acknowledging what you have expressed as concern, Mr. Maestas, that the language in the BP does not say perfect attendance. It says excellence in attendance. I think we could work on defining what that is so that it is meeting concerns about certain situations.
Yeah, I want to step in just real quick. I appreciate what you said, Trustee Irvin, about the unique. What I think is important to note is it doesn't define what exemplary achievement is. We define that. So we could reward for most improved attendance. We could do all sorts of different things that to address, I believe, Trustee Maestas' concern. So I want to point that out. That even though I applaud the use of unique, we can determine what we feel is exemplary in terms of our award recognition, which in many, many cases may be indeed very, very unique.
That's a good point. So we have a recommendation to add back the word unique into this description. And so with that slight change, if there's no further discussion, I'm looking for a motion to approve the BP and AR 5126 awards for achievement.
I move approval with the adding the word back unique on that first paragraph and the BP 5126.
So Trustee Marks has made a motion. Do I hear a second? Trustee Irvin, all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on now to BP 5141.5, mental health. And this is Ms. Hinkle again.
Good morning. Board Policy 5141.5 is a new policy that outlines the efforts to support the broader mental health issues facing students. The policy reviews the collaborative work between the district mental health staff as well as county mental health and community organizations to determine strategies to support students' mental health at school. It's recommended that the board approve first reading of BP 5141.5, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Do we have any questions or comments from the board on this item? I have a couple of things. On BP 5141.5A, the last paragraph discusses the school counselor, school psychologist, or school social worker may provide mental health counseling to students in accordance with the specialization authored on the credential. I just want to point out that I know in some of our schools we do have non-credentialed people giving mental health services to our students. I just want to make sure that our credentialed school counselors also are able to provide both the mental health aspects of counseling as well as the academic portions. So I just want to point that out.
Yes.
And on the next page, BP 5141.5B, We've added in, it talks about grants available. This is the second full paragraph. In accordance with local plans and priorities, the district may apply for grants for prevention and early intervention activities. I just want to point out that that I really believe if we load up a lot of counseling services at the early grade levels, that we'll see less problems as the students grow older. So I'm really hoping with that grant money, that early intervention we can really stress providing services for our younger children to prevent some of the problems from becoming bigger as they grow. I just wanted to point out those two things in that item.
Dr. West, I wanted to make a comment just really quick. Yes, that is exactly how we have organized our mental health support and services with an emphasis on early ages.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We have Trustee Maestas and then Trustee Brown.
Thank you. And this may have come up before I was on board, so I'm going to ask if this is the right place to put it. Mental health is health, right? And so do students get an excused absence in 7-12 secondary or any with mental, if they have a mental health, something comes up, because I know that there are other districts around that are adding those into the excused absence area, and I just wonder if we already do that, or is this the place where the language goes, or would that be someplace else?
I was just going to add that we don't currently have a specific code that is specific for mental health. However, we do have an attendance code that if there's a personal approved absence, based on a unique situation, that is one of the attendance or absence reasons that could be used. And so certainly we could consider that if we were aware of the student's mental health concerns or issues.
Okay, thank you. I just don't know if that should be language, just be more specific.
Yeah, not in this
Might be
board policy,
appropriate to an
Not in this board
attendance
policy,
policy.
okay.
But I'll look into it.
Trustee Brown and then Trustee Mejia.
So not suggesting that we wordsmith anything in the AR, but I'm just curious, Mr. Herbst, you mentioned that we have placed our emphasis on early intervention and adding support staff in the earlier grades. Is that addressed at all in the AR, or could it be?
There's not an AR for this particular policy.
Yeah, there's
Just the
not
board
an administrative
policy.
regulation. That is in our partners, we recognize the need for early intervention. Our clinical model is completely built on identifying early on onset of mental health or any potential mental health disability. So that has been the focus, and the resources have been placed, well, they're placed heavily throughout the district, but more of an emphasis at the younger grades.
Trustee Mejia.
Yeah, mine is a comment, and then on this.
Is your microphone on?
Yes, I think it is.
Okay.
Maybe my voice is a little low. My comment is around language access. We have a lot of students, their primary language is not English. And so let's say, for example, you have in an elementary school, you have a person that only speaks English as a mental health. So our students will be able to, get assistance from other school sites, even though their personnel, because not everybody that works in that field is bilingual. So I'm just want to address, is it just based on school site, or can students be seen by someone that speaks their language from another school site? And if that's important as we, as a situation, I think it's super important, especially kind of lines up a little that Mr. Master said earlier today, access to that is very important. I know folks sometimes say they can't communicate in their language, they'd rather not get any services. So
I would just add that many of our district staff, as well as our contracted partners with Center for Human Services, are bilingual. But if there were a situation where a student needed services and the provider did not speak Spanish or whatever language was needed, we certainly would allow and provide access to speak with someone who does speak their language.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions on this item? I am looking for a motion to approve BP 5141.5 on mental health. Trustee Mejia And seconded by trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hinkle. Suicide prevention.
All right, good morning. Board Policy and Administrative Regulation 5141.52 provides information about the district's suicide prevention, intervention, and postvention strategies and procedures. Board Policy and Administrative Regulation were last approved in the fall of 2020, and this newest revision reflects updates as required by federal program monitoring, as well as updated language in CSBA to include the CDE's model suicide prevention policy guidance, and updates that are part of Education Code 215. I just wanted to outline too that the CSBA policy, which included the CDE model policy language, was updated in June of 2021. So we've incorporated and tightened up our language to be more in alignment with that. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Trustee Marks?
It just has to do with a slight typo. So at the bottom of the first page, it says number 2, instruction to students in problem-solving, coping, and resiliency. And I think it's continuing on with that sentence on the next page, resiliency skills to promote students' mental health. So I don't think the 3, it should all just be moved. The 3 should be on the 4, and the 5 should be 4, and the 6 should be 5. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, so that's all. I thought it was good, and one comment, I appreciated that the lined out, one of the paragraphs on C, on the suicide prevention, that was the first paragraph, that was really close to the same one that was put in for CSBA. I thought that was awesome, because I was like, wait, keep this, and then I reread the first one, I went, oh, it's almost the same, so.
Yeah, there was a lot of language tightening, and so the best way to do that was to kind of strike through some of our existing language, and then on the first few pages, you'll see the more tightened up language, rather than crossing out a word here and a word there. It just flowed more easily, I believe, the way we have it.
Yes, and it kept the same feel to that paragraph, which I thought, because I just liked that, it was just taking that students are often in a position to recognize the warning signs of suicide and to offer appropriate referral and or assistance, where we were just interacting with students and the staff could do that. So I just appreciated some of the verbiage that stayed in there. So thank you.
Do we have other questions or comments from board members on this item? Seeing none, I have a few. Throughout the BP and the AR in this item, I have notes everywhere that say good, 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 good. There's so much of value in here, and I appreciate that we're taking this into account and taking it very, very seriously. I did have, I don't need to go over all my good. On BP 5141.52B, the 6 paragraph down, says the superintendent or designee shall periodically review district data pertaining to school climate and reports of suicidal ideation attempts or death. Periodically, how often is this done? And are we doing this now?
So we routinely provide students with the California Healthy Kids Survey, which does have questions that are related to students' mental well-being and how they're feeling on campus. Are they feeling safe? Do they feel like they know who to reach out to for help? In addition to that, we had our own district social emotional survey that we administered last year, again, which allowed students the opportunity to share out how comfortable they felt in accessing mental health supports. And they also had the opportunity to list additional comments, their own verbiage and text. And so we do look at that. We've reviewed it all throughout the year. So I would say it's an ongoing review of data. In addition to that, in some of our work with Stanislaus County Behavioral Health, we've also been able to access some of the county-wide data reflecting suicide attempts, et cetera, by age group.
Okay, thank you. The Healthy Kids Survey is done once a year?
It's part of the 2-pay grant, and so there's a requirement to do it every couple of years, but we do have a recommendation from one of our other directors, Mr. Hurst, to look at providing that more frequently, because it also helps us align our work with the LCAP and determining goals there.
And is it all grade levels? I'm trying to remember.
For the 2-pay grant, it's specific to certain grade levels, but certainly with Mr. Hurst's upcoming recommendation, we may be looking at increased grade levels. And we definitely also include a staff and parent survey that is for all grade levels.
We just, with COVID and students coming back to school and the year they've just had, we all know there's going to be a
Yes,
lot of mental
absolutely.
health needs that we'll need to address.
President West, I want to add something to that. So last year, you reminded that, actually the year before at the end, just when COVID had started, you'd requested that as part of my goals, superintendent's goals, that we surveyed our students' social emotional health and our parents' social emotional health, and we provided ongoing information last year. I was just asked by Mr. Herbst just this last week, is that something that we want to continue with? And I said, yes, we want to continue with it, because really the power in that particular survey wasn't just the data that you got, but it was the responses that students wrote in, so then we could flag to the particular schools and the particular counselors at the school. So we found that to be very valuable. We will do it. We will do that same survey again this year, so we have some comparative data as well.
And I remember being very surprised at the number of responses we
Big many.
received back. There were a lot more than I ever thought we'd get.
It was over 14,000 responses, and we administered in grades 4 through 12.
Yeah.
That's great. That was great. Thank you. You know, one of the things that I had a question in the BP, and I know it's discussed in the AR, but, you know, I've been reading that training teachers is so important to look for signs of any kind of mental health issues or depression or suicide, just so that students, because teachers are aware, because students are in their class every day and they might pick up on things and then be able to refer out to the school counselor. But, and I know we've talked about training teachers and staff members to be on the lookout for signs. I want to make sure it's more than just, you know, just a check off the box kind of, oh yeah, we trained them, they had to watch a video or whatever. What are we doing to address those needs so that all of our staff are aware of those signs to look for?
So let me first say that, you know, the law states that staff should receive training, period. Modesto City Schools has implemented an annual training for staff members. It occurs at the beginning of the year, specifically for certificated staff, all certificated staff. In addition to that, the school site administration provides training and information about the referral process and who to contact and how to contact counselors and other site supports when a student is in need or in crisis. And then as a third layer or level, if you will, as part of a grant, we're also providing youth mental health first aid training to further strengthen staff members' awareness of signs of early onset mental health issues and concerns. And we're pretty excited, and we've had some excellent feedback from those who have already participated in the youth mental health first aid.
That's awesome. Listening to the comments from students, you know, a lot of students aren't comfortable going up to an adult. I know some of them are, but some of them are not. But the comments I've heard is the students want an adult to say, hey, how are you today? Or, hey, I noticed you're a little down today. Or, you know, just be able to open that conversation up with those students who might be in great need.
And that is a primary tenet, both of the youth mental health first aid as well as the suicide prevention training that we provide to our certificated staff.
Yeah.
Is, you know, engaging students when they seem off or need assistance, and then helping support them to get the appropriate help.
And I know in the past few years, too, I worked with a program in the Sylvan District where you teach students, peers, to kind of listen for those warning signs even from their friends and be able to know how to refer. So that's all important. Trustee Brown?
Yeah, my comment was just in parallel with your last statement that as important as it is for us to train the adults, we need to train students because they become the first line of defense. They will be aware of problems long before any adult will see it. And that it's okay to recognize and point out to an adult when they see things that they're concerned about in their peers.
I would add that we do have that embedded at the various grade spans. You know, at the elementary level, it's some of the work that we do through our prep providers. And it's more focused on, you know, when our friends are in need or need help or seem sad or down, how to let someone know. And then, of course, you know, at our high school levels, et cetera, in the health curriculum, there's a specific unit on suicide prevention as well. So students are receiving that additional training and support to, you know, if you see something, say something.
That was one of my other questions, was the health programs, because I know this is taught a lot of times during health class. So what our students, what kind of health classes do we have at the different grade levels where this might be brought up?
All high school students take health as a requirement for graduation, and so typically students receive that in their freshman year. But I will tell you that outside of that health class, there's a lot of ongoing information and support provided through other teachers and other classes, just as part of their anecdotal, you know, conversations and engagement with kids on this very issue. Teachers are very passionate about it, and they want to make sure that students feel comfortable to reach out and let someone know, or to contact them if they have a friend in need or if they themselves are in need.
Thank you. I think I just had one other thing, and then we can move on. I'm sorry, I promise I'm not going to talk about everything this much. I just had one comment on the AR. I know we're not really to address the how, but I felt it was important to bring this up because it's very important. It's the AR 5141.52D, and it's the very first paragraph. And it talks about personal information that a student discloses to the school counselor generally shall not be revealed, released, discussed, or referenced to with third parties. Says the counselor may report to the principal or student's parents or guardians. When, I'm sure you know this, when dealing with suicide, you have to contact those parents. Mm-hmm. And I think districts from around the country get in trouble when parents aren't informed when there's suicide ideation or talk from the students. And so I think it's just super important that we make sure that our people know that parents must be contacted when students bring this up, not a may. It really needs to happen.
Absolutely. Anytime there's any suicidal ideation mentioned by a student, it is brought to the attention of the site administrators so that we can ensure that appropriate crisis intake has occurred and parents are notified.
Okay. Thank you. I think I'm done. Are there any further questions or comments from board members? Trustee Marks?
Just a brief comment. I've always appreciated in the past when we had a report of students that were referred to help because of they were exhibiting processes that looked like they were at harm to themselves or others, and so we had a report. We used to have a report once a year, especially, and then to hear what happened, certain that were prevented. Students letting staff know that they knew they had a friend that they were concerned that might commit suicide, and then we were able to intervene. And I mean, to me, that was just helpful as a board member to know what was happening in the district, and that just, I was so pleased to hear that that student, you know, got the help that they needed so that they could still be with us today. So I think those kinds of things are really helpful. And I know we don't do that like we used to. We used to have I know I asked for some data on that, and you give us a report in our board backup. So.
Yeah, I was going to say, Trustee Marks, it's been a big passion of yours, and yes, I have consistently year to year given you in board communication that summary of exactly that information.
Yeah, it used to be in an open board meeting, so the public was aware as well. So, especially during times when we had a lot of school violence, it was very helpful for us to know what was taking place on our campuses, so we were aware, and the public was aware of some of the prevention measures that we'd taken. So, thank you.
Thank you very much. See no other questions or comments. I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 5141.52 suicide prevention. Trustee Brown and seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Hinkle. We're going to do just a few more, and then I think we'll take a short break. So let's go to BPAR and exhibits 1312.3 UCP.
Good morning, members of the board, Dr. Noguchi, and members of cabinet. Board Policy 1312.3 provides information regarding the uniform complaint procedure. This policy was last approved February 11th, 2020, and is again before the board for a first reading as a result of updates made to align the content with changes mandated by various laws and regulations regarding this complaint procedure. It is recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 1312.3. At this time, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Do we have questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion. Oh, okay. Trustee Maestas?
Because of the update to independent study, should that go on this list as well?
This list is actually created from mandates, and in particular, here I'll provide you the actual source. The various regulations from the California Code of Regulations and the CDE's 2020-2021 Federal Program Monitoring Instrument. I would be hesitant to add things that are not specifically covered by the Code of Regulations.
You could look at 25, and that would fit in there. If you look at the bottom, if there was a particular issue around a program, that's kind of the catch-all right there. Any other. Yeah. All of the.
Do we have any, Mr. Zierli?
I do have a comment, thank you. And it's under letter J, item 5, and this may clear up, and I apologize, this may clear up the very first BP 355, and which option we choose. And it does say there, when you get to it, it's the very bottom of the page that has letter J in it, and it talks about any complaint alleging noncompliance of the district's food service program with laws regarding meal counting and claiming reimbursable meals, eligibility of children or adults, or use of cafeteria funds shall be filed with or referred to CDE in accordance with BP 355, nutrition program compliance. So because of the way our complaints are handled under this BP 1312.3, and nutrition services is a non-UCP complaint process, we would have option 1 when we bring back the other, either today or at a future board meeting. It would be option 1 because the board is not part of the process.
Thank you for clarifying that. Do we have other questions or comments on this item? See none. I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR and exhibits 1312.3 UCP. Trustee Irvin, seconded by Trustee Maestas. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any nays? See none. It passes unanimously. Thank you. BPAR and Exhibit 4030, non-discrimination in employment.
This, just as a heads up, this is exclusively an AR. The BP is included just for reference. This regulation provides information regarding the prevention of discriminatory harassment in the workplace, as well as procedures for submitting, investigating, and appealing a discrimination in employment complaint. This was last approved December 14th of 2019 and is before the board as a result, again, of updates made to align the content with changes mandated by various laws and regulations. And it is recommended that this proceed. If there are any questions, I can answer them.
So this is an AR only, not a BP. So
That is correct.
We are not looking for approval, but we are looking for any questions or comments. Seeing none, we will move on to the next item. Thank you. This is a BPAR and Exhibit 4119.11, sexual harassment personnel.
Thank you very much. Board Policy 4119.11 and the following provides information regarding what constitutes sexual harassment, how employees can submit complaints of sexual harassment in their employment, and includes when the Title IX complaint procedure should be used as an alternative to this policy. This policy was last approved February 24th of 2020 and is before the board for a first reading, again, as a result of updates made to align the content with changes mandated by various laws and regulations, which will be a theme you will see with all of mine today. It is recommended that the board approve the first reading of this board policy at this time, and so if there are any questions, I would like to address those.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I am looking for an approval for BPARE 4119.11, sexual harassment personnel. Moved by Trustee Mejia, seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. You have three more. I think we'll go for your last three, and then before Mr. Godot goes, we will take a short break.
Understood. Thank you very much.
This is BPARE 4119.1412, Title 4 Title 9 sexual harassment. It's been a long time since I've done Roman numerals.
Just a quick point of clarification, the actual code number would be, or regulation number would be 4119.12. So I just want to make sure that that's clear.
Thank you.
This administrative regulation provides information regarding procedures for submitting and receiving, investigating, and appealing an applicable complaint of sexual harassment in employment pursuant to federal law under Title IX specifically. This would be distinct from the procedure in AR 4030, which is primarily rooted in state law. This regulation is before the board for approval as a result of revisions made to, again, align the content with new legal mandates, and particularly with respect to the use of Title IX sexual harassment complaint procedures. It is recommended that the board, or this is an AR, I apologize. So with that, if there are any questions or comments about this, I would be happy to address those.
Thank you. We do have a board policy that we're approving on this one, correct?
There is actually no board policy for this in gamut, and I believe what's going on organizationally is that they're actually using 4119.11 as the umbrella, and then depending on what is the applicable complaint procedure, if it qualifies as if the circumstances of the complaint would meet the definition of sexual harassment under the Title IX regulations, then this policy will control. If not, it will default to 4030. However, there is provision in here that it may be concurrent, and so an investigation under Title IX should also, it is recommended, comply with the provisions of 4030.
Thank you. So this is an AR only. We are not looking for approval, but does anyone have questions or comments at this time? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next item, which is BPAR 4157, Employee Safety.
Board Policy 4157 and the following provides information regarding the right of employees to work in a safe and healthy work environment and the expectation for employees to comply with applicable safety standards, as well as to report safety hazards of which they are both aware and which are out of their control to correct themselves. This policy also provides information regarding employees' rights to information regarding workplace safety, including the district's illness and injury prevention plan, and the district's responsibility to implement reasonable measures to ensure the health and safety of its employees, including providing access to first aid supplies and the establishment of provisions to prepare for prompt medical treatment in the event of an employee's serious injury or illness. Finally, this policy also includes a prohibition against discharging or discriminating against an employee for exercising any right regarding employee safety or health pursuant to the California Labor Code. This board policy is before the board for a first reading as a new board policy, not previously in the district's policy catalog, and which is required by mandate. It is recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 4157. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions on BP AR 4157, employee safety? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BP AR 4157, employee safety. Move approval by trustee Marks, seconded by trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. And the last one is BP AR and Exhibit 5145.3, non-discrimination and harassment.
Thank you very much. Board Policy 5145.3 provides information regarding the rights of students to be free from unlawful discrimination or harassment related to school activity or to school attendance occurring within a district school, as well as to acts which occur off campus or outside of school-related or school-sponsored activities, but which may have an impact or create a hostile environment at school. This policy also provides information regarding what constitutes unlawful discrimination and harassment, how to initiate a complaint alleging unlawful discrimination and harassment, and the district's policy notice requirements. This board policy was last approved on December 9th of 2019 and is before the board for a first reading as a result of updates made to align the content with changes mandated by various laws and regulations. It is recommended that the board approve the first reading of 5145.3, and if there are any questions, I'd be happy to address them.
Thank you. Trustee Marks, then Maestas, and then Irvin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have a question on AR 5145.3K. So it has to do with investigation. I guess it starts on the page before. But the top two, I wanted to know where investigations are because this said an investigation will determine whether the allegations of harassment, intimidation, bullying, and/or discrimination were or were not substantiated based upon a preponderance of the evidence. So it just goes on to say what happens in an investigation, but the only paragraph that refers to investigation is on the page H, and it was at the bottom. So it just says when a report of unlawful discrimination, including discriminatory harassment, intimidation, retaliation, bullying is made. And it goes on to say, whoops, I thought this was the paragraph, but it said that it's referred to the superintendent. So I just didn't know, there weren't long details on how an investigation is supposed to be taken place. So I was wondering if that was in another AR or somewhere else.
It would first depend on whether or not the conduct would involve Title IX, and if it does, then that would be the process that's used, if it qualifies under that. But otherwise, the provisions for the investigation and handling of the complaint, I think it's on, page N, where it says the district's uniform complaint procedures or Title IX sexual harassment procedures as applicable shall be used to report and resolve complaints alleging discrimination against transgender and gender nonconforming students. That would be consistent with other aspects of this policy and AR.
Okay, I was looking for some more detail on it, but I see that it's kind of, because that's referring to Title IX, so it goes to another AR, the other.
Trustee Marks? It would really be, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Godot.
Yeah, I was just going to add that we have AR 5145.71 as a new administrative regulation that is actually coming up here shortly that goes into detail as to the procedure that is followed for Title IX complaints of this nature.
And anything not covered under Title IX would likely be applicable to the uniform complaint procedure.
Okay, all right, that's helpful. Because I saw a delineation between non-discrimination harassment and sexual harassment.
Correct.
So those were different. Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you.
Trustee Maestas?
Can you elaborate on why language and economic status were lined out in the very beginning on unlawful discrimination?
This list is taken from statute, and so because those are not specifically identified in there, and I can try and find it where it was actually recommended for removal because it's not in the statutes as one of the listed classes. It was updated to reflect what is in the statutes.
Okay.
Trustee Irvin?
I had that same exact question, but I was going to take it economic status. And, and I'm going to speak from experience. Being on free and reduced lunch myself and being teased and harassed for being on free reduced lunch. Oh, you're poor, your mom poor, you don't get that free lunch, And by the time I got to high school, I wasn't taking that form home, I didn't take it home in junior high, but, the experience at elementary, I gained where my status was economically in our community. So, with that being said, is it possible to have it there even though it's not in statute? I mean, I know there are kids out there being, chastised, harassed because of the inequities in their homes and in their neighborhoods and things like that. So I just wanted to point that out.
What I could say is if the district wants to include this under the application of its policy, we certainly can. I'm usually reticent to expand the applicability of certain procedures delineated by law because of the potential ramifications that could have in expanding the district's obligations or liabilities when we've expanded the availability of certain procedures. So what I can say is we certainly could do that, but I tend to err on the side that it's best to be consistent with the law as it's written.
Thank you.
Trustee Maestas?
Is there, I mean, I understand that, and I totally understand that. Is there a way, though, that we could do, like, I don't know, a board resolution or a letter, or just something that says that we acknowledge that, because I have the same experience. Mine was my shoes, because I had a uniform, and I didn't have good shoes. And so found the one piece at which I, was not as economically high status as the other kids. So that was rough in high school. Same thing, high school.
Yeah.
So I had to save up all my money just so I can buy the right shoes. So I don't know. I guess I just want people to know that we acknowledge that as a very clear source of discrimination and harassment in our community.
I think that's a really good point and a fair point. What I would say is that that kind of harassment, although it would not be technically covered as a suspect class for the purposes of discrimination law, there's nothing that would prevent resolution of that kind of harassment under general harassment policies and provisions.
Correct. A lot of that information, student to student, would be in our conduct code. There's also provisions, I mean, if it were excessive and met the definition that we're going to come up on of bullying potentially, if it was done that way, it would be covered in the bullying policy as well.
That is correct.
Thank you for clarification. Do we have any further questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BPARE 5145.3, non-discrimination harassment. Moved by Trustee Mejia, seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
I'd like to take let's do a 12-minute break right now. And we will return in 12 minutes. Thank you.
Hey, Internet.
Welcome back. We're back to order. I would like to go back to B28 briefly because we still need to approve the first reading of Board Policy 4119.12 slash 4219.12 slash 4319.12, release of employee information. There was an approval required for that, so can we go back to that for a moment?
Help us know where we are again.
We're going back, I thought it was an AR only, which was, I believe, the Title IX Sexual Harassment Complaint Procedures for Personnel. But there is a board policy that does need approval in that one, I've been told.
Okay.
And so we're just backing up just a little bit. It's 4119.
Okay.
4219 and 4319.
Policy 41.
Yes.
All right, so wait, let me see if I can find the board policy. I don't see a board policy, but
It is right the very first page. Very first page is the board policy. Should look like this.
oh, it's like one paragraph. Yes, I see
Yes.
it. All right.
Thank you.
Oh, we're changing the number on it, that's all.
Thank you very much. This is very simple and straightforward. This BP is before the board exclusively for a number change for two main reasons. The first is to align it with the numbering in gamut, and the second is to make room for the Title IX AR. And outside of that, there are no other changes to this BP.
Thank you. So I'm looking for a motion to approve BP 4119.
So move.
I'll second.
12, 4319 12, and the 4119, the 4219, and the 4319, the release of employee information. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify that. So I'm looking for a motion to approve. Trustee Mejia and seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you for coming back for that item. Moving on now to BP and AR and Exhibit 5145.7, sexual harassment students. Mr. Joe, I believe?
Yes, it is. Good morning, Board President Dr. West, Trustees, Superintendent Noguchi, and Cabinet. This morning, I'm presenting Board Policy 5147, Sexual Harassment, which includes information detailing the Board's commitment to maintaining a safe school environment that is free from harassment and discrimination. BP 5145.7 addresses harassment by and of students at the school setting. Both federal and state law prohibit sexual harassment and require districts to establish procedures for the prompt and equitable resolution of sexual harassment complaints. It was found that BP 5145.7 needs to be revised to meet current legal requirements. It was last approved at the June 17, 2019 board meeting. Additional revisions are necessary due to statutory and regulatory updates that took place in July and October of 2020. Therefore, it is recommended that the board approve the first reading of the proposed revision of BP 5145.7, sexual harassment. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board on this item? See none. I'm looking for approval for BPARE 5145.7, sexual harassment students. Approved by Trustee Marks, seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Next item, This is an AR and exhibit only, so not a vote, is that correct?
That is correct.
This is Title IX Sexual Harassment Complaint Procedure students.
Yes, so Administrative Regulation 5145.71, Title IX Sexual Harassment Complaint Procedures, and the corresponding exhibit, Notice of Title IX Sexual Harassment Policy, outlines our procedures and notifications to address complaints of sexual harassment. It was found that AR 5145.71 and Exhibit 5145.71 are necessary to meet current legal requirements due to statutory and regulatory updates from July and October of 2020. I'm available for any questions.
Do we have any questions on this item? Okay, thank you. Not an approval, so we'll move on to BP 6170.1, Transitional Kindergarten.
Good morning, Board President West and trustees. I'll be presenting this on behalf of Ms. Gutierrez, who was assigned. Board Policy 6170.1 is one of the mandated policies and includes information regarding the district's offering of a high-quality transitional kindergarten program for eligible children throughout the district. Establishing and expanding quality TK programs has been a focus of the district for the past couple of years. We have not had a board policy on record in the past. In drafting it, we adopted the recommended CSBA language. The policy outlines the structure of the TK program, eligibility, curriculum, staffing, and other program elements. On a related note, if you were wondering, the district's very aware of and already beginning the planning for Senate Bill 130 Universal TK, which was passed last month. As project team works through the plan for phase and implementation, it's likely we'll be revisiting the board policy to incorporate the updates as part of that team and their recommendations. Notwithstanding that exciting forthcoming work, we do need a policy in place to govern our existing program, and it's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 6170.1.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve 6170.1, Transitional Kindergarten. Trustee Mejia, and seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Nay. Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay. BPAR 4113, assignment. Mr. Henderson?
Correct, thank you. BP 4113 includes information regarding assignment of certificated personnel, much of which is subject to what is articulated in our certificated collective bargaining agreement. 4113 is a mandated policy that we have had on the books, but that was last revised and approved by the board in 1982. The proposed draft incorporates updates in CSBA language, and the policy in whole addresses the assignment of certificated staff based on the collective bargaining agreement, authorized credentials, and procedures for the correction of potential misassignments and monitoring and strategies for ensuring equitable distribution of experienced teachers across the district schools. It's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 4113.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments from board members on this item? I had a quick question on BP 4113A. The second paragraph and third paragraph talk about the administrators providing an opportunity for staff involvement in planning the teaching assignments and to involve the teaching staff in developing class lists. Can you expand on that? Tell me how do we do that in our district, and is it more formal methods or informal, just principals sitting down with the teachers? How does that work?
It is in our collective bargaining agreement. There is a process at the elementary level when class grade levels based on staffing are determined for needs based on the next year. They'll send out a document that solicits interest from teachers about their preferred grade level assignments for the following year. Taking all that input into account, the principals then look at what their staffing is compared to what their needs are for grade levels to assign. They distribute assignments to teachers, and there are certain timelines within the spring semester that has to occur. And similar input process happens at the secondary level as well, and notification of assignments are dictated by timelines in our CBA.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions or comments on this item? See none. I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 4113 assignment. Trustee Maestas moves and seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to BPAR 4115, evaluation and supervision.
Thank you. BP 4115 includes information regarding the evaluation procedures for certificated personnel. As with the last policy, much of the evaluation process is subject to what's articulated in our collective bargaining agreement with certificated bargaining unit. This policy is a mandated policy that we have had on the books. It was last updated and revised, approved by the board in 2002. The proposed draft incorporates updates in the CSBA language, and the policy in whole addresses the evaluation of certificated staff based on the collective bargaining agreement and criteria for evaluation established by the relevant education code. We've done a considerable amount of work with MTA in updating our evaluation procedures and forms in the last negotiation cycle, which is reflected in the revisions to this BP. It's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 4115.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments? Trustee Marks?
Yes, I noticed that a lot of the student evaluation was removed from this board policy. So I was wondering where that is now, since a lot of the evaluations were based on student evaluations. Let's see, wait, let me find it. I'll tell it to you just a sec. I have it all marked. So well, there's no pages on this, so it makes it kind of difficult. Okay, so let's start, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, page 6. And
I'm sorry, a page number?
I know there's no page number, so you have to
Yes.
go to the 6th page in because there's
Okay.
no B, C on these ones.
Sure.
It's after B, and then you go, after B, that would be C on that one, so it'd be certificated personnel, and then you go, and then it's continue on with certificated personnel and forms. But basically, and then the 6th page says description of expected student achievement. So all of this was lined out. So it was all had to do with student achievement. Then the next page on D, statement of student progress. F, statement of student progress and comments. So I just noticed that those were all taken out, and I wanted to know where they are and how we evaluate staff, because I know that it's student progress that's the most important for us to be able to say, I mean, that's actual data. So we have data on how students are doing. So to say, this is where you need improvement, this is where you're excelling, because we have teachers that excel on student progress. And so that's where I'm saying, where is that now? So that's all taken out of this.
So Trustee Marks, something to consider, this board policy is over 30 years old.
Right.
So things have shifted over the course of 30 years, and in our evaluation system of our staff, we do not base our evaluation system on student academic progress. So while, yes, that's part of conversations with instructional leadership and in conversations with, in PLCs and assignments and such, but to base an evaluation of a teacher on the progress of a student, that is not, and I believe that's in ed code. I do not believe that that is part of what we can do now. Again, just recognizing it's 30 years old, and we can certainly look that up as in ed code, but I know that was hugely controversial 20 years ago, and I believe that that filtered out when there was a time when, at the very beginning of standards-based instruction, we were looking at giving bonuses to those teachers who showed more progress than others, and then that was deemed to be against ed code. So that went into ed code, but we can certainly research where and when that came out of evaluation systems.
So I'm
This-
bringing, go ahead.
The specific reference for Dr. Noguchi, I think, is captured in the evaluation based on students' performance on norm-referenced exams.
Right.
And that was absolutely, as she mentioned, an issue and prohibited, and it's referenced in here and is still in our collective bargaining agreement that we're not going to evaluate teachers based on how students perform on norm referenced state or federal exams. The negotiation process identified those specific, used to be STOL objectives, and we had a lot of really good conversation about what was valuable in terms of identifying performance goals for teachers. And we focused on two goals, one being a specific focus for the district. So they will work with their site principals on identifying a goal relative to the district's focus for the year, and this year equity is one of those. It's been a big focus for our professional development last year and this year, so they would work at the site and formulate goals based on that. And then a secondary goal the teacher is able to select about their specific instructional strategies. But we still evaluate teachers based on the California standards for the teaching profession, and within those CSTPs, it does look at instructional strategies and the observation of lessons that do bring about improvement in student academic performance, but through the lens of instructional strategies.
Okay, I know that we're evaluated based on our students' performance as a district. They will take away funding, they will add funding based on how our students are doing or not doing. So I know that we are evaluated on that. It just seems like it should be helpful. And I liked how they said, standards of expected student achievement and assessment, so that we have standards that we're saying these are what you have to live up to. And yeah, we have goals, and now we have a lot of data. So just helping, doesn't mean it's going to be public knowledge, but it's helping the principal be able to identify teachers whose students are not performing at or above grade levels. So when that happens, then you can give resources or help them improve where the improvement is needed. And then you have teachers who are excelling, and sometimes they help, other teachers know, hey, this is what I did in that situation, which I always appreciate. I liked BITSA for the beginning teachers where they would share ideas. But okay, just so you're aware, I'm probably going to vote no on this based on my own personal beliefs that that people are held accountable for how their students are doing. So that's my position. So
Trustee Brown and then Trustee Maestas.
So Trustee Marks, I appreciate your passion on this, but I would remind you that it becomes unfair to some of our students if they are placed in a juggling act for the benefit of a teacher's evaluation. If you place students who have challenged learning with a particular teacher and then evaluate that teacher based on that student's performance, there becomes inequities, and opportunities for student placement becomes jeopardized. So I understand where the direction has gone in Ed Code to allow us to be more equitable in placement of teachers, and understanding that not every student can perform at the same level.
I would add to that. Thank you, Trustee Brown. Just referring back to the CSTPs, one of those upon which teachers are evaluated is assessing students for learning. And a subpoint of that is collecting and analyzing assessment data from a variety of sources to inform instruction.
Right.
So it does beg, what assessment are you using to determine if your kids are understanding the material, and if that assessment data is telling you they are not, what are you doing to address that? And I think your intent of the is captured within the process of the evaluation procedure and the standards for the teaching profession. Previously, those goals, for example, 70% of my students will run the mile under how many minutes may have been a goal that was captured in that previous process. But the dialogue with the bargaining unit when we assessed those during negotiations of the evaluation article was that we thought we can get more, that was already captured in the process, and that we could really leverage a whole organization-wide emphasis by prioritizing district focus and improving instructional strategies.
All right, thank you. So I'll just make one final comment that I have friends that are school teachers, and I know this is always ooh, this is scary, being assessed on your student. But I said, but it shouldn't be, did your student go from, they came into your class and they were, at grade level, and then at the end of the school year, they're still at grade level. Okay, so you taught adequately and kept your student there. What if you have students that come in 2 grades below grade level and you brought them a whole grade level in that year, and now they're only behind by 1 grade level? I said, so you've made progress. As a teacher, you have improved that student's capacity to learn. And so to me, that's a valid, I'm not saying all students have to get to this level, but where are your students when you receive them, and how did you make progress with those students that you were given in that environment that you gave them? And so that's where, to me, as a teacher, I go, well, these students, because they're 2 grade levels behind, I can't make any progress with them. I want the teacher to see that they're valuable and that they can make progress, and that, yes, when I come in as a supervisor to check on you and see how you're doing, you could tell me, yeah, look at these 3 students, I made progress with them. And so that, to me, shows that they're successful in their teaching strategies. So that's where I'm saying that component, though we've changed it to more goals and put it in a different area, I still feel this policy, we're evaluated as board members by the public based on how our students are doing, if we've done a good job or not. And the public does hold us accountable to how the students achieve in our schools and if they are doing well or not. So I'm looking at it as, I've lost a whole section here. Even though, yes, we've been doing it differently, I still feel that there's a valid argument to keep, not necessarily all of this, but some of the student goals and performance levels that they come in. So that's going to be my view. And obviously, I do have very strong passion about this because I just want to see our students, I just want to see them do well. I've watched it, I've been frustrated. I've had parents call me and say, I don't want that teacher. My student will not improve. There's a proven thing, if you have a teacher that doesn't bring students up 2 years in a row, that student is set up for failure for the rest of their education life in our school district and will probably drop out. So that's all I'm saying is I just want an ability to be able to say, this teacher's not performing well enough to help our students get to the next level, and we need to do something about that. So yeah, that could come in a dialogue, but to me, if it's in a board policy, it has a little bit more teeth to it. So obviously that's going to be where I stand, and I know probably others feel differently about that, but that's all right. That's why we're up here. We all have different views, and we all have different ways of implementing what we feel are standards and how those should be performed in our school district. So
Thank you for that. And I want to reiterate, I don't think anybody disagrees with what you're saying about the growth model. You take them where they are, and after your instruction, you ought to be able to show they've improved in certain areas. I think what I would submit is that still occurs. The data sources that even being rolled out this year, putting data in the hands of teachers will give them the information to have very poignant focus on that, as well as I think it's captured in other areas of the evaluation tool, but certainly respect the perspective and history you bring to that.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Henderson.
Trustee Maestas and then Trustee Irvin.
Thank you. So 2 things. The first thing is just because I know this experience is happening, having been an advanced placement AP teacher. We get in a situation where the AP teacher is so focused on scores and percentage of passing that they, in a school that might be 2,000, 3,000, they only have one AP course that's 15 students because they're loading it with only the kids that are going to pass. And that's been shown. There's data to show recently, Trevor Packer, who's the curriculum head in Advanced College Board, there's some new research that students that even just got a 1 or a 2 on the AP exam have passed and been successful in their first year in college. They track these students. And so just the opportunity to take the high-level course, even if they don't pass it all, has set them up for success. But we get in this situation where a teacher is like, oh, your scores aren't good enough. Then we just start packing the classes with the kids that are only going to pass. So that's one situation. However, that's just something I wanted to say out loud. If you look on the second page, BP 4115A, the very first piece on the evaluation says the superintendent designee shall assess the performance of certificate instructional staff as it relates to the following: students' progress toward meeting district standards of expected achievement for their grade level in area of study and applicable toward state adopted. So there is language in here that does look at their students' progress, which I think is what you were talking about. Yes? Okay. So I just wanted to make that.
Diluted a lot, so, yes. I mean, in my view, it was diluted a lot, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're right. I did look at that and I highlighted those words, so thank
Okay.
you.
Trustee Irvin?
Yes, and I just wanted to add to that. I mean, when I saw that and it's 30 years old, things have definitely changed. But also as a former teacher, having to be, when we talk about equity, we have to be equity through and through, and that goes for with our teachers, and everything we do has to be equitable. And so finding that equitable medium to be able to evaluate teachers, and the balance of how we do that, but to have teachers evaluated based on individual students' progress seems to be, and according to the changes within the state boards, and that to be unequitable, and using it as a foundation, so to speak, for a student, for a teacher's evaluation. And so I'm being able to say, well, I got 3 students who failed all year. My evaluation is going to be based on those 3 students, or is my evaluation is going to be based on my instructional strategies in the classroom, how I instruct, how I engage students, how students respond, versus all the different variables that come with each individual students when they come to school that day, that they may not be motivated for whatever reason, or engaged, or they could be motivated and not engaged. It just depends on what's going on in their lives, or what's going on in their their daily life. So as a teacher, should I be judged based on those variables that students bring with them to the classroom, or my ability to be able to try to mitigate those variables and provide the best instruction and class leadership I can for my students to be successful in my class. So I just think there's we got to be equitable on both sides, from a student perspective and also from our teachers and staff perspective, and making sure we do the best job possible, and making sure that we're being fair and equitable when we're evaluating them. So eventually we want every student to be successful, but we know for the history of education that hasn't been possible yet. So just keeping that in mind.
See no further lights. I'm looking for a motion to approve BP AR 4115 evaluation supervision. Motion by Trustee Maestas, seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Thank you. So the motion passes 5-1. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to AR. This is an AR only. It looks like 4157.1, work-related injuries.
Correct, thank you. This AR is related to the Board Policy 4157, Employee Safety, presented just a short time ago by Mr. Beauchene. A little bit separated in our order today, but it's under that umbrella and is related to specifically work-related injuries in order to be compliant with the labor code. So the purpose of its reference here is to inform the board of the AR, as it's new, its connection to that parent board policy presented earlier.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board on this item? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next BR, and this BP, it's BPE 4301, Admin, Staff, Organization, and Personnel Handbook.
Yes, thank you. Board Policy 4301 has served as the document to represent ongoing consultation with our MCS Managers Group and serves the purpose of clarifying expectations for management service in MCS. It's not intended to be all-encompassing, as it's mentioned in the document, but it outlines processes and procedures related to management rights, responsibilities, assignments, salary, health and welfare, and so on. We consult with the managers group every couple of years to update it, and the updates reflect any changes resulting in agreements that are aligned with negotiations with the other bargaining units. Some notable changes, where the handbook before actually was the board policy, that seemed to be kind of awkward that you would have an employee handbook as the board policy. The board policy should govern the requirements around, in this particular title, administrative staff organization, and define that, we're going to create a handbook. Superintendent or designee can do that, and it will encompass these things. And then we move the actual handbook to an exhibit. So that's a structural change with this. We've incorporated into the exhibit language from a letter of agreement, from management compensation package, consolidation of evaluation tools, and process for selection and hiring. But specific to our purpose here today, we recommend approval of BP 4301 as written, incorporating the CSBA language.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments from board members? Yes, Trustee Brown?
So I'm questioning why we have another copy on our desk. Is
That's
there
that,
changes in
my
this
mistake,
copy?
Trustee Brown. So in the board communication to, not this yesterday, but the previous one, I submitted a BC with 2 pages that had updates. They are small phrases, but we reprinted the whole handbook rather than try and find the pages that needed to be slipped in and out or exchanged. So you can replace this handbook with the one that's in there as the exhibit, the entirety of that document. The 2 changes are, I noticed with the footer of the document, it eliminated the page numbers. So going as Trustee Marks did a bit ago, the 5th page in, there was a statement under classified managers talking about being exempt employees for overtime purposes, and there are a few that are classified management positions that are non-exempt, and after consulting with the MCS managers, they wanted us to identify who are they. And so the input of the phrase in parentheses, confidential classified managers, are those that are non-exempt, meaning if they work over 8 hours or 40 hours in a week, they are entitled to overtime. There's about 8 of those managers in the district, and if I'm going too fast, please stop me. It's in the actual exhibit, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th page in the middle of the page under section B, the insertion of confidential classified managers. That's on the 5th page. And then the 7th page then. Just a little movement of wording when we refer to the selection process after we've screened candidates. Previously, it stated that the additional screening for a position would be done by a committee which may include the supervising manager. Their input was, we want to make sure a supervising hiring manager is always included on that, and then perhaps maybe the committee would include their division director or associate but it was a little rewording there, which was good input, and we made that change, a little semantic change there. But other than that, the rest of it, we consulted with MCS managers, president and his team, and those are the only two little adjustments that they suggested.
Thank you. Do we have any further questions on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BPE 4301, Admin Staff Organization and Personnel Handbook. Trustee Mejia, and seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Looks like we're going into the Mr. Herb Show.
Oh, yeah, I've got a number of them.
You certainly do. We'll start with BPAR 0430, Comprehensive Local Plan for SPED.
Yeah, Board Policy 0430 includes information regarding our SELPA's responsibility to create a comprehensive plan which describes the way our district provides special education services to our students. BP 0430 was last approved in 2018 and has been updated since to reflect the new CSBA language and requirements. It is recommended the board approve the first reading of BP 0430.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this item? See none. I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 0430, Comprehensive Local Plan for SPED. Moved by Trustee Brown, seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, passes unanimously. Next item, BPAR 1340, Access to District Records.
All right. Oh, that's out of order than the ones that I have in mind. Give me one sec. I could make a quick adjustment. I have BPAR 6159. No, not you guys?
So I'm looking on my list, 6159.
I can go student records if you want. I'm just going to go around.
We can follow along. I'll just backtrack. That's fine. Go ahead and do BPAR 6159.
All right, that board policy includes information regarding our obligation to generate IEPs for our eligible students with disabilities. This includes language that meets all legal requirements associated with the IEP document and process for development. BP 6159 was last approved in 2018 and it has been updated. It's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 6159.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments on this item? See none. I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 6159, Individualized Education Program. Trustee Mejia and seconded by Trustee Maestas. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm abstaining because I don't have I would approve it, but.
It was, Trustee Marks, it's out of order on this, but it's in the correct order in the binder. So do you see Herbst?
I do, and it's my last one.
And it should be his very first, I have,
Was my second one.
I have the second yellow tab.
Ah, it is here. Okay, all right. I guess I thought, wait, I don't remember. I read this one, but okay.
It was a little confusing, so.
I approve it, yes.
Okay, so I'm going to take the vote again on BPAR 6159, Individualized Education Program. We have a motion and a second. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you.
All right.
I apologize, I went all the way to the back looking for it.
No problem at all.
Got a little out of order. Sorry about that. Okay, so this next one.
6159.1.
So I'm just going to follow along what our binder has, Trustee Marks, and then we'll go back to the table of contents that we have. So BPAR 6159.1, procedural safeguards for special education.
Yeah, this BP includes information regarding the procedural safeguards and complaint procedures for students with disabilities. This includes language that recognizes these rights and encourages resolving concerns at the lowest level. This BP was last approved in 2018 and has been updated to reflect new language and requirements. It's recommended the board approve the first reading.
Thank you. Do we have questions on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 6159.1, procedural safeguards for special education. Trustee Mejia, seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. So next, we're going to 6159.2.
Yep, and this board policy includes information regarding the process a district must follow when an IEP team places a student in a non-public, non-sectarian school and/or receives services from a non-public agency. This includes language that describes the process our district must follow, including all related requirements. BP 6159.2 was also approved in 2018 and has been updated. It's recommended that the board approve first reading of BP 6159.2.
Who have questions on this item? Seeing none. Looking for a motion to approve BPAR 6159.2. Moved by Trustee Maestas, seconded by Trustee Irvin. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. We will move on to, now this is where we're going back. We're going back now, back on this sheet. So we're looking at BPAR 1340, access to district records.
Yeah, and this BP includes information regarding access to district records, as you mentioned. This includes information regarding records and public records requests and the process that we follow. This BP was last approved in 2003, and it's been updated to reflect new CSBA language and requirements. It's recommended that the board approve the first reading.
Do we have questions or comments on this item? Trustee Marks?
I have a question. I don't recall where it was, but I remember reading that when someone asked for a public records request, it doesn't state the cost, how much the cost is for replicating some of those items. I didn't know if we had a standardized way to determine that for the public to know. So if I ask for, let's say it's just 10 sheets of something, but what if I ask for a binder? Because I know we've made binders in the past for.
We have in the past, to the best of it's 5 cents a copy, and typically I am not aware of us charging other than in instances to where we've had to provide repetitive records.
Okay, that's fine. I noticed that wasn't in here, and I didn't know if there was a way to standardize it, so, okay, thank you.
Trustee Brown?
So I just had need to go to the county for some old records, and just want to point out that they're charging a research fee for the amount of time it takes to find and duplicate the records. So we may want to consider doing something like that.
Definitely something to look into. I've not heard of a research fee, but there's definitely considerable time researching.
We are able to recoup costs if we have to recreate something. If we're just duplicating, there is a standard duplicating fee, but it was similar to that situation that Trustee Brown just mentioned. If we have to put in extra effort and replicate something, then we are able to charge more than just the duplicating costs for that.
Thank you.
Any further questions on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 1340. Trustee Mejia, seconded by Trustee Brown. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Okay. Now we'll move to BPAR 5113.1, chronic absence and truancy.
Yeah, and this BP includes information regarding chronic absence and truancy. It really includes the information regarding systems and strategies for addressing student attendance, absences, and tardies. This is a new policy for us, and we didn't have one prior. Good policy. It's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 5113.1.
Any questions? Trustee Marks?
I appreciate all of the options and services that it lists out for parents or for the school district to make access to. I did have a question on parental consent on because if I'm a parent and you're sending my child to law enforcement for some reason, I would want to be informed of that. If you're sending them to a public health care agency, I would like to be informed of that, any mental health services. So
Can you show me where?
it's on this, oh, sorry.
Oh, please, thanks.
It's A, BP 5113.1A. So it's that last paragraph. It lists out on the last sentence,
Yeah.
it says the superintendent or designee may collaborate with child welfare services, law enforcement, courts, public health care agencies, other government agencies. I'm just asking, I know in other board policies, we've added in parental consent so that the parents are informed, or just informing the parents if we're taking their student to one of these.
All that would be done through a parental notification process. So if we're to the point to where we're collaborating either through a SARB process or something like that, to where that's typically where those referrals are made, or even if it's as an intervention, all those interventions would be done with the parental consent piece of it.
So, okay, that's helpful. Now, it doesn't state that in here, and because it doesn't state it, I don't always say, oh yeah, the next board will know that.
Is it in the AR, perhaps?
It may be.
There are situations in time where students are provided some of these services and the parent is not informed. And so if we want to bring this one back so we can better research it, because I do know there are some rights of students that, that circumvent parents insofar as harm that may be happening to them, and by contacting the parent, that would then cause a concern for the situation. So we can research that more, because I know where you're going here. You'd like to have that, ensuring that the parents are notified, but I know that there's some laws that don't. There's some opportunities where that doesn't happen, and so I think we need to have a little bit more
If they're mandatory reporters and a parent is one of those perpetrators, that yes, that does need to go to, without informing the parent at that point, so they can be interviewed and tested maybe. So, but yes, I would like that. That would be very helpful.
Yeah, and there's also situations when if the child is, I believe, 12 or 13, I can't remember which, for medical, and actually the parent doesn't have the authority, not the authority to, but there is an opportunity for those children to seek medical attention without parents knowing, and it's, again, outlined in the law. So let's plan to bring this one back with a little bit more research on parental rights, because I absolutely hear you, and I think parents need to know, but we also need to have the safeguards for our students as well.
Yeah. Because I always look at it as they're the parents' children first, and then we are supporting the parents. So, but I understand the law doesn't always state that, but I try to keep that in my mind, that they're not our children, they're the parents' children first, and then they've allowed us to educate their children. So even though it's a mandatory law that they be educated, we have received them in our district as a public education facility, but they have choices other places. But I just want to make sure we're abiding by parents' desires and wishes as best as possible according to law.
I understand.
So we will not be voting today on BPAR 5113.1. We will be bringing that back to the board for further discussion at a future date. Trustee Brown?
Just wanted to point out something that was brought up in a meeting I attended yesterday. With the new independent study guidelines and requirements that we have, there are embedded some issues that will lead to different truancy questions as students are moved back and forth between programs. Do we need to address that as we relook at this policy?
I would anticipate CSBA is working on creating an update, and they may be updating the same time we bring this one back, and so we will look at that to see if there's any updates to that as CSBA works to get caught up with all the changes that happened really this last June in the legislature.
Yes, it was CSBA that brought those problems up in the independent study language.
Thank you. Trustee Maestas?
Thanks. This is just more of a clarity issue that I have, since we're going to take a look at this again. throughout the entire thing, there's the terms chronic absence and truancy, chronic absence and truancy, and I was looking for a definition of what chronic absence was and truancy, and got to the very last page, and it says chronic absence and truancy, and it says chronic truancy, unexcused absence for 10% of the school days, and then they talk about chronically truant. So that still didn't answer my question, because it put the words together, and now it makes it even more confusing on what the difference between chronically absent, because there's different strategies pointed out in this AR on chronic absences and truancy, on what the strategy is to address that. So just in terms of clarity, what are we talking about in terms of a student that's chronically absent and a student that's truant?
I see what you're talking about, H. I will make sure that potentially might not be a typographic. I don't think it is. I could see where that confusion would come in, because truancy and chronic absenteeism is two completely different definitions. So yeah, as we bring that back, I will make sure to make a note of it, see if that's just a CSBA language thing that could be adjusted. But yeah, I think that should not say chronic truancy there.
Thank you. Any further discussion before we move on? We will be bringing this item back for further discussion. Let's move on to BPAR 5131.2, bullying.
All right. Well, that obviously includes some information on bullying. The BP really talks and recognizes the harmful effects of bullying and the district's investment in anti-bullying approaches, such as PBIS, restorative practice, etc., as well as how we respond to complaints of bullying. BP 5113.2 is a new policy and one we did not have prior, so it's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 5113.2. I'm sorry, 5131.2.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this? Trustee Marks and then Trustee Maestas?
This is a great addition to our board policies. All I would like to ask to take and duplicate from the AR. So the AR 5131.2, I really like the definition of bullying in that first paragraph, and I wanted to put it right after the second paragraph in the board policy because it defines it so well. And I think when it's a board policy, it's nice to have it right in front of us as board members so that this is what we agree to. So I'll read the paragraph to you and see if you agree with it, to put it in the board policy right after the first paragraph in the board policy. So the AR says on AR 5131.2, bullying is an aggressive behavior that involves a real or perceived imbalance of power between individuals with the intent to cause emotional or physical harm. Bullying can be physical, verbal, or social relational, and may involve a single severe act or repetition or potential repetition of a deliberate act. Bullying includes, but is not limited to, any act described in Ed Code 48900R. So I'm just asking the board if we could put that paragraph in the board policy.
Trustee Maestas?
I agree, and I would also ask the next paragraph with cyberbullying be included as well, because that's the big battle that many kids face now is the cyberbullying. So
thank you.
Those two pieces were the specific. I was really specifically looking for cyberbullying, but I like that part too.
That's good. Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that. I was so focused on that one. I was like, oh, thank you.
I was going to say the same thing, so I agree with that as well. I think the cyberbullying component is huge right now.
Just for sake of clarity, you would like it in both places, just so it's formally listed? Okay, gotcha.
Yes.
And you would like that after the first paragraph of the acknowledgement of the governing board recognizes? Those two?
Correct.
Okay, gotcha.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions or comments from board members? I had one main question about the legality. I know we've talked about this before. It's in the AR. It's 5131.2E, and it's the fourth paragraph down, where it says when the circumstances involve cyberbullying, It kind of talks about what will happen when cyberbullying happens off the school site, when it happens at home, and how the schools follow through on that. And I know there's been lawsuits both ways. There's been a lot of information about, do schools have a right to provide consequences for students when things happen off a school campus, but it is affecting the climate of the school campus or causing a disruption. So where exactly do we stand on that? Are we taking all of that into account?
That's being taken into account. So you hit the nail on the head. As soon as it has an impact on what's going on at a school campus, and I would say when you have instances of cyberbullying, there's generally a direct connection to some of the stuff that's going on there, and it's usually in a disruptive nature, et cetera. So yes, that's definitely taken into account.
Okay, and that can be subjective. So I know we have to be careful to make sure that we can back that up with what's happening.
Correct.
And how it's affecting students. Okay. All right, that was my main question on that issue. Any other discussion on this? So now I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 51312 on bullying. Trustee Mejia? With the added two paragraphs, thank you for bringing that out. The added two paragraphs taken from the AR, the description of bullying and cyberbullying, and put after the first paragraph in the BP. So with that, the motion to approve this with the additions, and Trustee Mejia, and seconded by
I'll second.
Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. BPAR 5131.6, alcohol and other drugs.
Yeah, BP 5131.6. This BP really includes a recognition and our obligation as an educational entity to promote alcohol and drug-free environments, as well as the education that we provide that addresses the harmful effect of alcohol and drugs. BP 5131.6 was last updated in 2008. This reflects new recommended language that's coming from CSBA. So it's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 5131.6.
Thank you. Do we have questions or comments from the board on this item? Trustee Marks?
So I have another small change or a request. So on page B, the first paragraph that's been deleted, the very last sentence says the superintendent shall develop and implement an evaluation process that includes ongoing assessment and analysis of objective data regarding the incidence of drug and alcohol use among district students, including discipline problems and the prevalence of risk factors. So I would like to add that to the last one on page E. So on page E, it has program evaluation, and then it basically states the whole beginning of that paragraph again, but it takes off that last sentence. And so I wanted to see if we could add back that last sentence to this paragraph. Because it's using data, it's helping assess, and because it has to do with program evaluation. How are we doing with this program? And it's using real data.
Certainly be easy.
So I'm asking the board, I don't know if there's a reason that it was deleted, but I thought that it was very helpful.
The reason was more that it was not a CSBA recommended language, and to be honest with you, I thought it was captured. I see your point. That data is easily captured. We collect any discipline data that involves alcohol and drugs.
So is the board okay adding that last sentence on that page B to the last paragraph on page E?
So do we need to add that in, because the last paragraph under there says the board and superintendent shall agree upon performance measures that will be used to monitor and determine, so.
Right, so that's what it said in that paragraph. It says exactly that same verbiage in that paragraph that's been deleted, but the last sentence of the paragraph's been deleted. So the superintendent designee shall develop and implement an evaluation. So we already had this as our board policy. It's just that this last sentence adds in using that data so that we can, it just states it very clearly. The superintendent or designee shall develop and implement an evaluation process that includes ongoing assessment. I just wanted to be able to know, because I know in the past we've had certain programs that weren't as effective, but this actually just states that we will continue on with that practice, that we will continue to evaluate them in order to determine if they were helpful or not, using objective data regarding the incidence of drug and alcohol abuse.
So let me ask you this. Would you be comfortable just adding to the one that we already have in red, which is the gamut language, periodically report to the board on the effectiveness of district activities using, what was the word you said, using objective data in achieving identified objectives? Just adding that little phrase, would that accomplish what you want to say, or do you want the whole sentence added?
Well, I actually liked including the discipline problems and the prevalence of risk factors, because those actually, it doesn't state that in this. I know the goal is to help students reduce drug and alcohol use. So to me, it's reporting back to us on drug and alcohol abuse and situations where students need help in that. I get objective data regarding the incidence of drug. Okay. All right, let me see. So you wanted to put it at the end. Wait, the superintendent needs to report to the board. Activities. On district activities using objective data, you said that's where you put it, using objective data. Okay.
Would that say everything you want to say?
I think that'll work. Okay, that can do that.
Trustee Brown? Use your microphone on. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
On page E.
Yes.
The paragraph that we were looking at previously, if we could just add the two words data-driven after determine the, so it would read, determine the data-driven effectiveness of district programs. That would, to me, address that information that we would be looking for.
I think I appreciate that. I like that, but I think where Dr. West said using objective data right after district activities, I think that'll work.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay, is there any further discussion on that item? So what I'm looking for then, a motion to approve BP 5131.6, adding to section E the three words using objective data after activities.
Can I, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Can I
Yeah.
can I ask to add one more thing on that part, just because I'm on the same wavelength as Trustee Marks. The board on the effectiveness of district activities using objective data, parentheses, including but not limited to the incidence of drug and alcohol use among district students, including discipline problems and the prevalence of risk factors, close parentheses.
Okay.
So it's just adding in specifically those items, because when we say the use of data,
Yeah, right.
what is that?
This does define
Like, it
it.
just defines a little bit more what we're looking for, and possibly including more stuff that we don't know about.
So I want Mr. Herbst to have a
Yeah,
clear
what are your
view of
thoughts on
what
that?
we're asking, and
I think I've got it, using objective data, and then the recommendation, or at least what I heard, assuming that the board approves, is in parentheses, including but not limited to, and then I missed the other piece.
It's the very last part of that paragraph in B, including but not limited to the incidence of drug and alcohol use among district students, discipline problems, and the prevalence of risk factors.
Gotcha.
it's very similar to adding back the sentence that Trustee Marks originally had requested.
Yes.
So I'm comfortable with either way.
All right. I agree. I'm good with that. Thank you, Mr. Maestas. Trustee Maestas.
Got it.
So we're going to take a motion to approve this, and I would like Trustee Maestas to read the changes that you and Trustee Marks are requesting, make sure we're okay, and then we'll go for a motion. So we're looking to approve BPAR 5131.6 on alcohol and drugs with the addition to Section E of the following sentence.
So in program evaluation, it'll state the board and superintendent shall agree upon performance measures that will be used to monitor and determine the effectiveness of district programs in reducing drug and alcohol use. The superintendent or designee shall periodically report to the board on the effectiveness of district activities using objective data, including but not limited to incidents of drug and alcohol use among district students, discipline problems, and the prevalence of risk factors in achieving identified objectives and outcomes.
Got it.
What is that, what are you, so with all that great language, what specifically are you guys looking for? What does that report look like? So is it a report on the amount of drug and alcohol use within our schools subdivided by student group? Or is it looking at different various programs and those students that have actions of drug and alcohol? What specifically are you guys looking to have a report generated from the language that you guys just did there?
Well, I think that when we evaluate a program that we've had come into, or a program that we have addressing these needs, we want to have some data on whether the program is effective or not, and how are the incidences of alcohol and drug abuse declining within the schools. So we need those data to see how the program is being utilized, I think is where we're going with that. Am I?
Yeah, just so I understand, because I'm trying to understand what's being requested here as I put it on Mr. Herb's one-on-one to make sure that you guys get the report. So I want to be clear on the report. So are you, when we talk about programs or initiatives, there's, 60, 70 of them. Are you looking at specific programs related to drug and alcohol, like our 2P programs or other counseling services and mental health as it relates to incidents of drug and alcohol use, or overarching? When you say programs, we've got hundreds of programs. So what specifically, I'm just trying to understand because I want to be able to meet your needs as you guys wordsmith this. So what specifically are you looking for in the outcome of this? Is it the drug and alcohol related programs relative to education and abeyance, I guess, if you will, like for those that have, found to have alcohol-related issues, and what did we then do to support them in their counseling and mental health and such? Are those the programs that we're looking at here?
So let's look at the first paragraph in the statement of why this policy is here. And that might help us. So it says the governing board believes that the use of alcohol or other drugs adversely affects a student's ability to achieve academic success in physically and emotionally harmful and has serious social and legal consequences. And then the new verbiage says the superintendent or designee shall develop comprehensive programs and activities to foster safe, healthy, and drug-free environments that support academic achievement. And then the last statement was deleted, but it's basically was to prevent violence and promote school safety and create a well-disciplined environment conducive to learning. So in that idea of what it was, then to do this last paragraph, which says, how do we evaluate this, basically these programs that we have instituted as a district for our students so that they will not do drugs and alcohol, then now we're just saying, okay, of those programs, the board and superintendent shall agree upon performance measures. So we have to come together and say, this is what we want to do together that will be used to monitor and determine the effectiveness of these programs. So in determining the effectiveness, we're asking to use that data that's collected from the programs to say, okay, these programs are effective, which you're already planning to do in your goals that you set out for us for the next year. is to evaluate the programs that we already have in place. So this is just stating that that's what we're going to do, that it's going to be using that data to see the effectiveness of this and whether it, hold on, that last
So I
sentence.
think, Trustee Marks, what I'm trying to
But what
narrow
do
the
you-
scope on is the specific program. When we say program, it's large. So what I'm going to do is narrow
tell
it
us.
into
Right.
the drug and alcohol as it functions through TUPE and the work there. And so, because we're implementing a whole lot of programs after school and before school and during intersession and such for engagement, right? So
Right.
what I will do is the scope of work around TUPE, which is our drug and alcohol
Right.
related programs through the support with County Office of Ed. In addition to any individualized program, we identify a student that has a drug and alcohol problem. They then go to some mental health services, and we'll look to see how that then is supported. So that's how I can
Okay.
narrow this.
Yes.
Because for me,
Yeah,
this was.
It shouldn't be a whole host of things. It's only programs targeted on alcohol and
And
drug abuse.
that's the sentence right there.
So that's what I see. So I agree, we do have many programs, and it would be really difficult to evaluate all of those under this.
Exactly.
But
So
let's
I-
just
we can narrow-
target.
yeah, we-
Okay, good.
I got it.
I just think it's important to clarify, and I'm glad you did that, because we're asking her to do a task, and we need to tell her what we're looking for, so.
And it really is evaluating whether TUPE or whatever other drug and alcohol programs that we have are effective in our district for the students that
Yep.
we serve.
Oh,
And if they're
totally
not
understand.
effective, we're wasting our finances and energy on that. Let's find another program that's more effective. So thank you for clarifying that
Mm-hmm.
and for asking those questions. I think that's where the dialogue should be. That's what this is supposed to be.
Oh, no, I totally agree. You tell me to do something and I guarantee it's going to get done. I
Yeah.
just want to make sure that it. we're
Right,
clear
you
what that
understand. What are you
expectation is,
asking?
so.
Yeah, that was good.
Okay, so going back, we're looking to approve BPAR 5131.6 alcohol and other drugs, including the sentence that Trustee Maestas just read, the changes that we're making within the board policy for the one sentence to include. So we're looking to a motion to approve that. Trustee Maestas?
I'll second.
And seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. I would like to, it looks like we have a couple more, and then are we taking a lunch break? Are we going to be ready for that, or?
We are, let me text Antoinette to see where she's at with that.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move on to BPAR 5.
It's ready. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is it okay if we finish these up? I'd like to finish these up before we break for lunch, if that's okay. Let Mr. Herbst off the hook. BPAR 514122, infectious diseases.
Yeah, the infectious diseases, this board policy includes our needs to educate and collaborate with local public health officials in disease prevention and how to address students when they have or may have an infectious disease. BP 5141.22 is a new policy and didn't exist prior. It's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 5141.22.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this policy? See none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 5141.22. Moved by Trustee Irvin and seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? See none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. And BPAR 5141.31, immunizations.
Yeah, BP 5141.31 is an update to some existing policy we have. It basically includes our obligation to enforce our state requirements regarding the immunization of our students. BP 5141.31, again, it updates what was existing before, and it does incorporate and bring into alignment the new requirements and regulations. So it's recommended that the board approve the first reading of BP 5141.31 on immunizations.
Thank you. Questions or comments on this item? Seeing none, I'm looking for an approval for BPAR 5141.31, immunizations. Trustee Maestas and seconded by Trustee Marks. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. I would like to take a lunch break of 30 minutes. Does that sound good for everyone? Okay, a lunch break of 30 minutes, and this is lunch break, adjournment.
Oh, yeah, it does do.
Welcome back. This meeting is now called to order. We're moving on with our board policy revisions, and so we are looking at board policy and AR and E 1113 district and school websites.
Good afternoon. This is an information reviewing of an exhibit 1113. It was newly adopted by CSBA and requires related directly to BP AR 113, and specifically this extract or exhibit is more of specificity regarding what your website needs to display in content. The only change we made to this exhibit were in conjunction with HR, our current practices of training requirements for persons who facilitate informal resolution process for sexual harassments. So again, this is just more of an information of what's being added to BP and AR 1113.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BP and AR E 1113 district and school websites. Moved by trustee Irvin.
Just a
seconded-
clarification point, this is only an exhibit. There's been no change to the specific BP and AR.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Cross those off. Thank you for clarifying, Mr. Selkin. BP, the next one is an exhibit only as well, the parental notifications, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Would you like me to start?
Okay, so we'll move on to the next one, which is the parental notifications.
Great. Good afternoon, board. The board exhibit 5145.6 for parental notifications specifies information that the district must provide to parents and the timing at which we are required to provide this information. The exhibit and board policy were first approved by the board in May 2020, and the updates to the exhibit include new requirements from the state, as well as changes to various policies that are referenced in the exhibit. I'm available for any questions as well.
This was just a discussion. Ms. Noonan, correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments from the board? Okay, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
We will move on to our next one, which is an AR impact aid.
Good afternoon again, President West, trustees. This particular AR would be in line with Board Policy 3230 for federal grant funds. This administrative regulation is to be used by districts that receive federal funding through Title VII Impact Aid. Title VII provides assistance to districts with concentrations of children residing on lands owned by the federal government, including Indian lands. Currently, we do not have any students that would allow us to receive funds under this particular Title VII program, but if we ever do, we now have the AR in place to receive funds generated by those students.
And this is an AR only, so do we have questions or comments from board members on this item? No? Okay, see none, we'll move on then to BPAR 3280, sale or lease of district-owned real property.
Yeah, this particular board policy, 3280, was last revised on September 16th, 1980. And really the big change here at the time is adding the word sale to the title. And Education Code 17455 authorizes the sale of any district real property. And so what this does, it brings us in line with statute, current statute, where we are now allowed to sell any unused property and use that for identified uses. So this would bring us This would bring us up to date with current statute.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this item from the board? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve BPAR 3280, sale or lease of district-owned real property. Trustee Mejia, and seconded by Trustee Brown. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? See none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. BPAR 7150, site selection and development.
This is a new board policy for our district. One did not exist prior to bringing board policy 7150 to the board. And so this just outlines in the event that we have the opportunity to build a new, acquire land to build a new school or expand one of our schools. This just outlines the process for how we would do that.
Thank you, Mr. Zierle. Questions or comments on this item? Trustee Marks?
I thought this was great. I wish we'd had it back when we built some facilities in our district, because we had some difficulties with communication with some other governing entities. So this would have helped a lot, because it would lay it out that this is, we need to contact all. We went through all the CEQA and all of that, but just that we had some disagreements with some other boards in our area. So I like this. I think it's helpful, and I think it will help us move forward in a united fashion if we get to build any more facilities. So, thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no more lights, I am looking for a motion to approve BPAR 7150, site selection and development. Trustee Brown moves, seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? You're opposed?
No.
Slow on the draw. I'm going to take that vote again, just to clarify. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. Moving on to BPAR 7511. It looks like we're deleting that and adding 7310, which is new, which is the naming of the school facilities.
Correct. Board policy 7310 is the current board policy number in California School Board Association. We currently have board policy 7511 that was last revised on May 9th, 2005, around naming of facilities. And so we're bringing forward board policy 7310 with the language from 7511. So you'll notice the first two paragraphs are the extent of what board policy 7511 was. But based on just some conversations that I've heard from the board, I thought it was important to at least bring the existing language forward as it talks about representation from racial, ethnic, and cultural diversity of the community. And then just down below that, you'll notice then the CSBA recommended language in red is what we're bringing forward. And it does address items 2 is individuals that are living or deceased who have made contributions of a statewide, national, or worldwide significance. So that is included in the board policy around naming of facilities. We do have an attached AR 7310. That will be revised when the board policy, as a result of what language the board decides to be in the board policy, then the current AR 7310, which was our existing language that you see in your packet, that will be revised to reflect any changes to the board policy around naming of facilities.
Thank you. Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Trustee Maestas?
Is this naming of something new, or is this also includes renaming of an existing school? Not that that's going to happen. I just want
This could name it could name existing grounds. It could fields. stadiums, or anything existing, any structure on our schools, or in the event if we build a new school, if we are fortunate enough to do that, it could be a new school, or existing buildings or field areas on our current school grounds that are not named. If that answers your question.
That doesn't answer totally.
Okay.
Or I guess it kind of does, but doesn't. Would this include renaming of a facility?
That would be, I don't believe there's anything in here around renaming of facilities. I'd have to look through here. I guess that would be up to the direction of the board to determine what our renaming rights are of an already named district facility, but that is not in here. There's nothing in here specific about renaming as is currently written.
There is a paragraph under
Sorry, it is
A
on the
at
second
the very
page, huh?
top.
But I wanted to make another comment whenever.
Yeah, it does, and the very last on B, the last page. I mean, it does talk about reserving the authority to terminate the naming right, and so maybe there needs to be some expansion of that, or if the board so chooses.
Trustee Maestas, while you're still looking through that, can we get a comment from Trustee Mejia? Go ahead, Trustee Mejia.
I wanted to make a comment on this from personal experience. I went through Modesto City schools, and up until I graduated, I really didn't see a lot of representation in terms of facilities that would be reflective of my background or my culture, and I feel like that's very important for empowerment and for equity purposes. I think it's super crucial and important. I learned a lot about some of the contributions of Latinos or Hispanic up until I was in college, and so I think it is very important for identity, for kids striving and wanting to do better and just seeing themselves. And I know we've come a long way over some years, but I do think hopefully that includes folks that are recognizable by our community and that not necessarily are residing or have resided in our county. So I just wanted to say that's important because you need to see role models, or you need to see folks that look like you that have representation. I think it's very important. And I'm gonna say from my heart, I would never imagine coming here as 9 years old from another country that I will be sitting where I'm sitting now. And a lot had to do with me being able to see and folks that look like me that were achieving those milestones, from buildings that are universities or professors that, I'm just, it's an emotional subject for me because I know many generations from now, I think my great-grandchildren will look like, we'll see that maybe as a motivation to strive to change the world, and to change their communities and stuff. So I think this is a very, very close issue to me in my heart, being able to have facilities and representation that's meaningful to the kids and the children that we serve. So anyways, I want to say that comment.
I appreciate you speaking from your heart, and speaking from my heart, I hope there's some little 9-year-old boy that's going to be looking up here and seeing maybe what he can be someday. And so I agree with you, and I appreciate that. Trustee Marks, and then we'll go back to Trustee Maestas.
Did you find what you were looking for?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. So the only place that I see that in the board policy anyway is in that one particular spot when it says when naming or renaming a district school, they may specify the duration for which the name shall be in effect. But I kind of feel like the word renaming should be in like the governing board shall name or rename district schools based on recognition of the following. So if we ever get in a situation where we are renaming a school, I'd like to have these guidelines followed too. Not that that's, again, if we ever come into that situation, because only having it in that one area where it's about the duration of that naming and not in the beginning, because it says any name adopted for a new school shall not, there's just, do you understand what I'm saying? It's like in the very beginning, there's no indication of this also being applied to renaming a school. If we end up looking at a school and saying, oh, we're going to rename it for somebody that's been really prominent recently or later in the future.
So if we just added that very first paragraph, the naming or renaming of district facilities, would that accomplish what you're trying to say?
Yeah, basically it's somewhere in the front, somewhere in the beginning. It should say renaming.
Thank you. Trustee Marks, did we need to come back to you, or?
Go ahead.
Trustee Brown, did you have? Trustee Brown?
So maybe the place to add that would be in this first heading, naming or renaming a facility. And then it addresses the whole policy.
Dr. Noguchi?
Thank you. In reference to Trustee Mejia, I'd like to bring our attention to the AR. I want to make sure that I have the guidance that I need as we move forward because of something that he just shared. What I heard was he felt very strongly about the representation of individuals that have been prominent in society that would resonate with kids. And I want to bring our attention to down at the bottom where it says naming of facilities, or it could be renaming. We'll adjust that if you vote to put the renaming there. I want to bring your attention to 2, and that honors must be past or current residents of Stanislaus County. And I'd like to just engage in a conversation because I don't know, from what I just heard Trustee Mejia say, it would go outside of Stanislaus County. So I just want to be able to get just direction as to go to revisit this AR.
What are your thoughts on that? Do you feel it should be a past or present resident of the county?
Definitely, I think it should be more than the county. Let me explain the reason why. I think, as we know, it takes, for whatever reason, not all areas or communities have prominent folks that had an opportunity to kind of excel. So I know we have neighboring folks that have contributed in the region. We have folks that are still alive that are significant contributors to at least our cultural representation in our community. So I think it should be outside just of Stanislaus County. For the reason is that I don't feel like there has been a lot of folks that had opportunities early on to become prominent in our area. So I would definitely be strongly expanding it to the state or even larger.
Can I just add real quick on that?
I just want to make sure that clarifies, that answers your
So
question.
and that's really up to you all and how the direction that you'd like to for me to go relative to just the B right there.
Okay.
And if I may, sorry, about that, I mean, if we take this, there is not a CSBA AR for this BP. So we brought forward the existing AR. What you see in the existing AR that Dr. Noguchi points out is already there. If we adopt this BP, we would have to revise the AR because it would be in direct conflict with that, as it talks about naming for individuals with a national or statewide, worldwide significance. So, I mean, we would have to make that change, depending on what the board policy ends up looking like. Sorry, Trustee Maestas.
Thank you for that. That definitely clarifies it. It would naturally be done.
So I have Trustee Marks, and then did you have another comment as well?
That's what I was going to say.
That's what you were going to say. Okay. Trustee Marks?
Yeah.
So, having been here when we've named a few facilities, and it's been very controversial at times, I'd split boards, had the community come forward with naming, especially when you're naming large schools, it can be very difficult sitting in this room and making decisions. I had appreciated that. The previous boards had suggested having ones who were mostly living. I think before this board policy was changed to say living or deceased, all of the schools were named after, except for Robertson Road that was named after the street that it was on, but all of the schools were named after living people. And I thought that was really an interesting board policy because as I went through the years, I've been at events where those people were at those events, or they handed out the diplomas. They helped hand out diplomas on the stage because the school was named after them. They were a significant part of the community, and I appreciate what Trustee Mejia is saying, that seeing as we go forward, others that can also be part of that recognition at a school or having their name at a school or on a facility at a school. It just is wonderful to see them. Coaches, you know, we've been on here when we've had coaches that have had huge significance on students' lives and then had a lot of support for that coming in here. So when I read through this, I appreciate it. I really struggle with renaming school district ones because a lot of the families still live here, but I would love to see us name new facilities, and hopefully, I mean, I know right now we don't have a lot of building going on, but we could. In the future, I see other neighborhoods that are building more that we could have, but they also added this memorials in here. I didn't understand why there's a duration for a name that would stay in effect. That was really different to me. Like, you would end it after a while, like you'd name something and then you'd say, oh, it'll be in effect for 5 years. Okay, now we'll rename it. That just seems very confusing. This is, you know, if it's a school. So that I wasn't in agreement with. And then naming rights. To me, that just seemed like people that were trying to, I don't know, gain some kind of monetary, or it just didn't seem, I didn't understand what that whole section was about. It's granting any person or entity the right to name any district building or facility. So it's giving them, you're giving another person an ability to name something. Now, I do know that we did put, because someone paid for, and that was in one of our, I don't know where that was, but somebody donated a scoreboard, and it was a union. And so their name was on it, and we had a lot of disagreement over how big the letters could be on it, how big their name could be, because we didn't want to promote it as that's important. And if Coca-Cola did that, I mean, would you name this facility a Coca-Cola facility because you're going to get some, they're getting something back because they're getting advertising. So I didn't know what that was about, but to me it felt like more of a advertising than a real purpose in naming it after someone who has really had an impact, like Trustee Mejia was saying, someone who has had a significant impact on the students or in the community, and giving them that honor of a name after them for the school. So these are my views. I didn't want the naming rights because that just felt, it just didn't feel right. Now maybe somebody else reads it and sees it as a different, but I wanted to delete that whole section, naming rights, because it just felt to me more of advertising, and that didn't feel right for schools. But, and I'm, you know, some of you sound like you would like to rename schools. I'm like, whoa, that is, wow, that will be interesting. So I'm just saying, I would like to have more discussion about that rather than say, okay, we're just tonight, we're going to add renaming districts to this policy tonight. I would like a community, a diverse community, a very diverse community, to say, okay, we could see doing this and have that as input into that process of renaming schools, because many in the community have attended those schools, are proud of the schools, go back to the schools, go to those reunions. I don't know what impact that would be. I can't say. I did not attend these schools. I attended another school in another community. And I don't know if they changed the name of the school. I don't know how I'd feel. I'd be like, well, we were the, you know, whatever that mascot is for that school. And those are who we are. So those are my concerns. I know right now I want to create unity, and I want to honor people who deserve honoring in different cultures and different, just as the statement said. I really like the statement that's in here. The board recognizes the importance of soliciting nominees from the larger community and to ensure consideration of individuals representative of the racial, ethnic, and cultural diversity of the community. And I agree. We do not reflect the community now with the names of our schools. I just know that opens a whole new controversy in our community, and I don't know if with this next year where we're headed, if that's something I really want to do just at this point. I could see maybe in the future. I'm just not seeing that right now. But that's up to the board, the majority.
What I can add, because renaming is part of that board policy, and if you approve the board policy, when we come back with the AR is the how. So if you've approved renaming, then in the AR, we'll then identify the how that would go about, because I agree with Trustee Marks to rename a school is going to bring about a lot of input and feedback from the community and those that have gone through. And so we can outline a process for that. There isn't a plan to do that. It was just, maybe it's 5 years, 10 years, 3 years. I don't know what that looks like, but if we do add the renaming piece, when we go back and do the AR, I'll have Mr. Zerling and his team identify a process by which we would need to go through, and then you guys can provide us some feedback and some input. We won't put it in consent. We'll bring it back to the board meeting so you can provide some direct feedback on that process, should that come to fruition. Again, you do board policies for the next 10, 20 years in some cases, right? We did some board policies today that haven't been updated for 30 years. And so it's the policy is bigger than us and bigger than you. And so I'll provide that for you when we bring this back, should you vote on this board policy today.
So please excuse me, Trustee Irvin, I'm going to jump in here with a short one before I get to you, just because it flows with everything that everyone's saying. My college that I got my undergraduate degree from changed its name, and I still haven't gotten over it. So I'm very opposed to renaming schools that are already named for that, and several reasons I would be very hesitant. I love the paragraph in here. There are so many other things that we can name besides renaming a school. We have so many buildings, athletic fields. I love the idea of planting trees. We're known as the city of trees. Having trees planted in people's names, I think that's an awesome thing too. And then new building. Then we have lots of opportunity for new building or facilities but renaming a school, I would be very hesitant to do that as well. Trustee Marks. Trustee Irvin.
So going back to that, I know one thing that Trustee Marks said about the schools that have been named for people that live in, but I think Mr. Gregory was already passed when they named Gregory.
Yeah, it was changed. The board policy was changed because he had passed away like really recently before.
Right, I just wanted to make
yeah,
sure
so
they
that was
hadn't all been. But coming from a community, and I've seen a number of renaming of schools in my former school district. I grew up the Los Angeles Unified School District. Have had a number of renamings over the years that have reflect the changing demographics and the commitment and to people who were part of revitalizing and being actively involved in the community locally, statewide, and abroad as well, that have got schools renamed or initially named after them. I think we represent the community. If it says renaming in there, well, let the community come and tell us, no, we don't want that school renamed, and we proceed them. But we give the community the opportunity to come and discuss and provide input and give us their input on a potential renaming, if that's what the proposal is for a particular school, because we do represent the community, and so they do in the board policy have that opportunity, and I haven't been a part of a vote yet where we went totally against the community for something that we felt that was, instrumental to be passed. But we represent the community. We should let the community provide that guidance and input should that proposal come to the board. It's my opinion.
Trustee Maestas.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I'm not in any way suggesting that we rename any school. I'm just suggesting adding that just in case sometime down the line it comes up, because sometimes these come up abruptly, as we've seen in other school districts and across the nation. Times change and things come up abruptly, and if we're not prepared with some sort of language, then we have to go back and do it over again. So I'm not suggesting we change any name, but just to have something down so that way if and when it does happen, we are prepared for that.
Okay. Trustee Brown.
I think this is a really interesting topic. We've seen over the past few years a lot of changes in the naming of athletic teams. We've seen monuments being taken down out of political correctness. We have seen names of buildings changed in major cities because they are named after people whose policies or politics are not in compliance with the way the majority of people believe right now. I don't think we have any names of schools that are in any way offensive to anyone. So I don't think we need to use political correctness as a reason, but I see a lot of schools that are, as Trustee Marks mentioned, named geographically. Mm-hmm. And perhaps we could allocate that school as a name of an influential individual who deserves recognition. One of the things that I want to avoid as we name facilities is that we don't want to minimize the recognition we give by giving a cafeteria the name of a person who should have a school named after them. And then we can't use that name again. So I want to make sure that we are able to make meaningful recognition of people who we want to honor, and that might drive us to selecting a school site that has a geographical name that could honor an individual just as well. So I think there's a lot of sensitivity, even geographical names, because of the history will be important to some of the people in our communities. So this is a really sensitive issue, but I think that we need to be prepared to do things of significance and adequately honor people in the appropriate way. There's one person in particular that I'm passionate about naming a facility after, and if it's a minor facility, I don't think that does this person justice. So it's a fun and interesting topic, and one that I think we will really enjoy the opportunity to have the public's involvement with.
Thank you. Trustee Marks.
Well, I really appreciate the dialogue, and I really appreciate this discussion. Even though I came in here not really feeling that I could support renaming a school at some point, I believe I could now. So, but my only proposal, I agree with all of this except for that naming rights. I just still feel like that has something, I just don't agree with that at this point. The naming rights, if we could take that off.
Where are you
Trustee Marks, take us to that page, please.
Board Policy 7310A. It's at the bottom of that page, that whole section. It's the second page.
May I, it's 7310A, and just for reference, I mean, the language says that the board may grant, and then it also says that in doing so, the board shall enter into a written agreement. So as I see this at the board's direction, maybe IBM wants to build us a technology center. I see that IBM's going to want to do that, but they're going to want that technology center have their name on it. Or you can pick anything like that. Maybe Doctors Medical Group wants to build us a health building or something. That's how I see it. I could be wrong, but
That's great. I love how you said that. That totally makes sense. Okay. I could see Gallo maybe. Okay.
or Gallo.
Yeah.
Yep, Foster
That helps
Farm.
me.
Gallo would be
Because
controversial.
for some reason in this.
Alcohol.
Because of
Yeah.
the alcohol.
Yeah.
Well, and then
Couldn't be
it
allowed.
also prohibits that, so yes.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Okay, so I see that. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that because when I read it, I said, what are they after and why would somebody want to do this? And now I see that it would be because it's basically a donation or a very large, significant donation in some way to us. So, all right, I appreciate that. I do not feel like that has to be deleted, and I am in support of this. I'm still confused about the duration of the name, the duration of the time it would be named. That's confusing to me, but I guess if you all think you can, we can make sense of that in the future, then okay. And then when we talk about the AR, I think that's something that will be very important if we do cross this tonight or this afternoon. I think it will be very helpful to know how we're really going to lay this out. So, all right. Thank you very much for that conversation. I appreciate everybody sharing their hearts, sharing where we're at, sharing what our disagreements are, why we want to do it or not do it. I think that's exactly what this conversation is supposed to be today. So that helped me a lot. So thank you very much. I will support this.
Thank you, and I think it's important that we're all listening to each other and our minds are stretched a little bit based on what some of our colleagues are saying. I appreciate Trustee Irvin talking about getting input from the community, and I think that is such a valid point. And so I agree with that. I think it's important that we do listen to what our community members are asking. Trustee Irvin?
I just wanted to just comment on the naming rights. As Mr. Zerley was saying, a lot of districts are going to this as means to raise funds and things for different projects. Like you said, a computer lab that, Google might say, hey, we want to build you a computer lab, but you want it to be the Google lab, and hence we get a computer lab free, but it has their naming rights on there. So I know a number of, other districts have done the same as well. That's all.
So seeing no new lights, what it sounds like to me is that we are asking for acceptance of this. We'll be looking for a motion to approve this the way it's written, with the exception of adding 2 words in the first paragraph, the naming or renaming of district facilities, and everything else the same. Is that correct? From what I'm hearing people want?
Actually, I think that Trustee Brown had made the suggestion of the first, on the first title right after facilities, saying naming or renaming of facility in that red piece.
Yes.
And then that would actually cover the whole thing. You don't even have to add that in the first paragraph.
Okay.
Because it
So
covers the whole,
adding
that what
or
you mentioned, Trustee
renaming
Brown?
to the title as opposed to within the paragraph.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, and so what I'm looking for is an approval to accept BP, which one are we doing? BP and AR 751, it'll be 7310. The naming of school facilities with the addition of including or renaming in the title. Moved by Trustee Mejia, seconded by Trustee Maestas. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, passes unanimously. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work on this. Moving on now to BB 9012, Board Member Electronic Communications.
I'm going to ask before I start, so I have 2 board bylaws. They're pretty simple. It's just aligning to social media, and then also the board protocols. I'd like to go back to our very first board policy, which was nutrition program compliance, because we found out through the work of, I can't remember which other board policy, that it should have been option 1. So can, Mr. Zerly, can you take us through the very first one again? Is that actually,
Yes.
President West, is that okay if we go back to the
Of
first one?
course, yes.
Okay. So board policy and exhibit 3555, nutrition program and compliance.
Yes, thank you, Trustee Marks, for pointing out that we brought forward a BP with 2 options. Thank you for that. I apologize for the error. In looking at Stephen Beauchesne's presentation around board policy 1312.3 and the uniform complaint procedures, as noted during his presentation, we believe that this board policy 3555 on page E, option 1 would be what we're going to ask for approval on and then put in the final language, because this aligns with our current uniform complaint procedure board policy that was approved by the board as well. I apologize for the omission early this morning.
Thank you for bringing that back, and that way we can vote on it today, and we don't have to bring this back. So, are there any questions or comments on this item? See none. I'm looking for a motion to approve BP and E 3555 nutrition program compliance.
I move approval with option 1.
Approval, Cindy Marks, Trustee Marks with option 1, seconded by Trustee Mejia. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, it passes unanimously. Thank you. So that one
Wonderful.
has been approved.
Thank you for that. All right, that brings us to some board bylaws, and really what are board bylaws? Board bylaws really outline the rules for you all on the board in your behaviors relative to whatever is listed on that particular bylaw. And in this bylaw, it's talking about electronic communications. So really, I think that this is in the spirit of the mass amount of communication that went through our telephones and our computers and on websites this last year as a result of COVID. And so the very bottom of that board bylaw 9012 really just outlines for the board their behaviors relative to social media platforms and how to respond and address and communicate with the public relative to social media platforms. I think this aligns with really the Brown Act and keeping you safe from the Brown Act, and so that just really outlines that behavior. Any questions on that one?
Questions or comments? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve Board Bylaw 9012, Board Member Electronic Communications, Trustee Irvin, seconded by
I'll second.
Trustee Mejia, had his hand up first. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Perfect. So the next bylaw, 9320, it's meetings and notices. So really, how do we, as the Board of Education, notice our meetings? The only thing that has changed here is when we are all together at a conference. And so it's really calling out, let's say CSBA, when we go down there in December, and it's really making the note that it's important that we don't speak about anything that's within our purview. So while we're down there as a board, and there's more than 4 or more than 3 in any one area at lunch or in the workshops, is that we make sure that we don't talk about or discuss anything relative to agenda items that could come before the board. So it's just added conferences to the meeting notes.
Do we have any questions or comments on this agenda item? Seeing none, I'm looking for a motion to approve Board Bylaw 9320 on meetings and notices. Approval moved Trustee Marks and seconded by Trustee Maestas. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? See none, it passes unanimously.
Okay, perfect. Now our very last agenda item, you should have a packet of the board protocols. And I just want to bring our attention to a change that we proposed to make, but honestly, I forgot to bring it back to the board. So let me explain what happened here. Back on April 26th, we met in this room with Sally Frazier, and we reviewed We had an update on facilities from Mr. Zerly, and you had a presentation on the work we were doing around equity for the district. And then we also took a look at one portion of our board protocols, and that was the conduct of our meetings. President West was new to the position, and between her and I made the discussion and led the discussion in making a change to the way in which the board engages on any one particular item. We actually are doing that right now. So for instance, Mr. Zerly does a presentation on facilities. The president then goes out to the community. Do you have any questions or comments? Then it comes back to the board. You all discuss it and we end it. Prior to this board, this meeting, we were going out to the community and back to the board in 2 separate times. So I don't know if you remember all of that. But what we did on April 26th is we made some changes to page 12, 13, and 14 that just says we're making a change to the way that we're allowing the board to ask questions and comments. We are already doing that, but I was supposed to bring this back to the board for approval, and I never did that. So I'm asking for a first read today, and I will go over what those changes are right now. Sally Frazier was the one that actually developed the language for this. So on page 12, it says, meetings of the board are conducted for the purpose of carrying on the business of the board, and therefore are not public meetings, but meetings held in public. Meetings are closed to the public only during closed session, the purpose of which is to discuss certain matters which are confidential in nature and which are permitted by law to be considered in closed session. That was just a sentence in there that she felt strongly that our board policies were lacking, so we added that in, just really explaining what a board meeting is. And then on page 13, you'll see number 3 was deleted because that was the go to the board, go to the public, go back to the board. So it was taking out one of those going to the boards. And then lastly, on page 14, it talks about the board president will open the public comment period for a specific published agenda item immediately prior to the board's deliberation and discussion on the specific publicized agenda item. Board discussions will not be interrupted for further public comments. However, the board may invite a speaker to clarify, repeat, or further explain previously presented comments or information. Only those persons recognized by the presiding officer shall be permitted to participate in discussion. Any attempt by any person not to be recognized to discuss any matter before the board is out of order. So those were the changes there. Basically, that allowed the board president to get further clarification from the community. If the community it had their 3 minutes, they're giving their comment, but there still was some clarification. There was still an opportunity for the board president, whoever is that is at the time, to be able to ask for clarifications. So those were what we talked about on April 26th. Again, I apologize. I got lost somewhere along the way. Probably COVID had something to do with that, but we're bringing it back, and I'm open to any questions or clarifications that I might add.
Do we have any questions or comments on this item? Seeing Trustee Brown?
I think we've seen the effectiveness of this, and I appreciate that we've made this change.
Thank you. See no other lights. We are looking for a motion to approve MCS protocols and norms. Approval by Trustee Marks, seconded by Trustee Irvin. And all in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, motion passes unanimously. Now I'm looking for, thank you again. I mean, I'm looking out here at our wonderful staff. All of you sitting here have given up your Saturday. Thank you so much for doing this for us. I appreciate your time so much. And now I'm looking for a motion to adjourn this meeting. Moved by Trustee Mejia and seconded by Trustee Maestas. All in favor, signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Any opposed? Seeing none, this motion carries unanimously. This meeting is adjourned.
Woohoo! Nice job, you guys. Thank you.